Recording in
disadvantaged
progress.
individuals and particularly women projects. Some of the work that I've encountered and seen that we were having an interaction with was with my work with the WNR CETA, where I formerly sat on the board as well. There were certain programs that we ran that were guided and also reported to the Commission for Gender Equality. So if we were to look at how best and how better then the gender equality would be, the Gender Equality Act and the Commission would be able to facilitate more growth in the impact of the programs that they do, it would definitely be to have much more of a digital strategy as far as interactions with monitoring tools and evaluation tools at a private sector level that would then facilitate the ability for us to draw more information, to draw more programs and understanding of the different efforts that private sector is encountering to further the mandate of the Commission. And so far as if the Commission has fulfilled its mandate, I do believe that the Commission has fulfilled its mandate. It is far-reaching and has offices at different at provincial levels. And within the provincial levels, there are interactions that are being had with multiple municipalities, as well as SOEs, in terms of facilitating the broad spectrum of visibility of work that can be done. I do believe that somehow it would be better poised and better positioned for the Commission to treat that their interventions at a systemic and institutional level as opposed to at an individual level. Just by looking at the budget constraints, but also the capacity of reach that the Commission has in order to carefully intervene. And that is one of the weaknesses of the Commission, that there is a certain level of individualized intervention as opposed to institutional organization and institutional partnerships. Some of the threats as well, and the threats that are being faced by the Commission.
To round up on this question, please, Ms. Ntshangase.
Yes, of course. Some of the threats that the Commission is facing at this point in time is almost a decentering of initiatives as far as gender is concerned. And this is more from an international community perspective than it is from a local perspective or a domestic perspective. There are a lot of treaties that we are forming a part of, and a lot of relationships, whether we're discussing BRICS and SADC, that are now putting threats onto some of our beliefs and our core systems that are guided towards improving gender equality and reporting. Thank you.
Honorable Teamo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you, Ms. Ntshangase.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Teamo Tsotetsi, a member of this Portfolio Committee of Parliament. I have this question for you, which is going to be in two parts. Of course, moving from the assumption that you are aware that the CGE is one of the Chapter 9 institutions. These Chapter 9 institutions are expected to be independent as well as impartial on how they conduct their business. Now, what is your interpretation of Chapter 9's institutions needing to be independent and impartial, and also in protecting that independence? What would that mean for the CGE? How do you then interpret that in the context of the CGE? The second one is, as a commissioner, why is this important? Would you be able to embody this, and how? Can you tell us of a time when you had challenged authority at the risk of your own interest? That would be the questions. Ms. Nchangase, you will tell me if you need me to remind you any of the questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zodetsi. Thank you. The CGE, being a Chapter 9 institution, and the matter of independence and impartiality is a ball of contention given the structure in which it is required to report in. As it stands, from the Commission currently derives its budget from a grant perspective that comes from the Department of Women, and then subsequently is acting in an advisory capacity to Parliament. Now, these structures are there purely for a reporting perspective, but also from a PFMA perspective, the existence of the accountability to a department and the accountability to Parliament is for the budgetary element of the institution, and does not necessarily mean that now, as the minister would then have the capacity to overrule the objectives and the findings and recommendations of the entity. So my understanding of the case of independence and impartiality becomes crucial in the sense that the recommendations and the outcomes of research and the work that is being done by the CGE becomes binding to the entities and organizations that they then have oversight over, as far as monitoring and evaluation is concerned, as far as settling of any litigation matters, whether there are disputes that become lodged and being brought to the Commission on any matters of gender equality, but also the research findings and outcomes of the work that is being done by the CGC become pivotal in informing and structuring the considerations for policy imperatives across the board within the legislative structure and engagements that the CGE then encounters. So I do believe that the impartiality and the independence becomes very crucial, and it can be maintained by the realization and the exercising of the mandate that they are given and the powers that they are given by the Constitution. On the second question, how do they protect their independence and what does it mean? I think I've just slightly covered that. But the independence becomes crucial to protect in the context that in order for the mandate to be fulfilled in its entirety and in its socio-economic as well as political perspective, it becomes very crucial for the CGE to maintain its independence so that there's no interference and there's no muddying or clouding of the agenda for the equality of gender and inclusivity of all genders within all spheres of the government. Will I be able to embody this independence? Yes, of course. And in fact, it becomes very crucial that as a commissioner, my role is consistently to be impartial, and I'm always in a perspective where I am not in conflict or find myself in a position of where my interests are being conflicted, and I then have to take decisions with regards to the work of the CGE that would compromise the ultimate objectives and outcomes of the CGE. I have been in a position in the past where there have been certain conditions that have had me stand up for the efficacy of independence and the efficacy of impartiality. I have sat in a board previously where I was a commissioner, but for an industry as part of a regulatory authority, over an industry, and this
We'll
was
have to
with
round up on this one, please.
Yes, private security industry, where we had to claw back on certain perspectives with regards to the billing and the strategies that we were pursuing as far as billing is concerned, in order to be able to create a more favorable industry for the private security owners and security company owners that were entrants in the market, but also new and emerging security company owners, and restructuring the billing strategy in order to facilitate the maintenance and the sustainability, the economic sustainability of these entities within the industry, without necessarily compromising the existence of the old entrants and the larger entities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to hand you over to Honorable Mayolula.
Good morning, Chair, and greetings, colleague, and also greetings to you, Ms. Ntshangase. How are you this morning?
I'm well, thank you.
All right, I've got 4 questions for you. The first one is, what are the key principles that underpin corporate governance? And how is corporate governance? Hello?
My apologies. I did not hear that. I heard the key.
Okay. What are the key principles that underpins corporate governance? And how is corporate governance relevant to the CGE? And what is the role of the commissioner in that regard? Then number 3, have you ever been accused or insinuated on unfair discrimination prohibited by Section 9, subsection 4 of the Constitution? The last one, would you consider yourself a proper person to serve as a CGE commissioner? If so, elaborate. Thank you.
Sorry, Honorable Mayolula, may I please request that you repeat the second and third question for me?
No problem. How is corporate governance relevant to the CGE? And what is the role of a commissioner in that regard?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. So the key principles of corporate governance are specifically for the management and the strategic leadership of an organization are transparency, its risk management, responsibility, and accountability. And these all have to be done within ethical practices. And ethical practices meaning ethical practices that do not compromise the mandate of the organization, but also do not compromise the beneficiaries and the reach with which that mandate is instructed upon the organization and is required to achieve for the greater good of society and the greater good of the economy. So from the accountability perspective, it would then be accountability as far as the preparation of documentation and the preparation of financial information and financial documentation that then goes into annual reporting. Not only the preparation of the financials, but also the annual reporting as far as the APP is concerned. And the APP would be the performance information of the organization on all the programs and the endeavors that they participate on. The fairness and the transparency is the ability to do that work within the ambit of the legislation that governs the entity, the Commission for Gender Equality. and these would be to fulfill the prescriptions of corporate governance and fulfill the prescriptions of PFMA, and other legislation that would govern the running and of this organization, to ensure that the employees of the organization are well taken care of, to ensure that the policies of the organization are consistently being reported upon and they're consistently being updated, with the relevant changes and the relevant treasury prescripts that are occasionally issued out. And that becomes the role of the commissioner as far as corporate governance is concerned. As far as corporate governance and its relevance to the gender commission, to the CGE, corporate governance is relevant regardless of whatever entity, and it becomes relevant because that is what governs, and that is what highlights and gives rise to the ability for the entity to be able to fulfill its obligations and fulfill its mandate. Within the CGE, as it stands, as far as the monitoring and evaluation of the programs that they undertake, as far as monitoring and evaluation of the programs that the oversight, the sphere of oversight that they participate in, it becomes crucial. The role of a commission.
You will have to wrap up, but 1 minute.
Oh, okay. And the role of a commissioner then is to ensure that sound corporate governance practices are being fulfilled and performed by the CGE. And having had previous experience as an oversight as far as boards and commissions are concerned, I do feel that I am fit and proper to serve, having had 10 years experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to hand you over to Honorable Chauke Adonis. Morning, Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members and also to our candidate. Through you, Honorable Chair, may I humbly request that after I've shown my proof of life and the candidate has seen that it is not an AI, switch off my camera.
Yes, that's fine, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. So I will go into my questions to yourself, to our candidate. Congratulations for making it into the shortlisting processes for interviews as well. My questions are centered around, gender-based violence, but also in terms of the work of understanding MSP and accountability. I've got about 4 questions that I'm going to put before you. The first question is as follows.
How would you advance gender mainstreaming in
How will you advance gender mainstreaming in the private and public sector?
My apologies. I'm struggling with your audio.
Are you struggling with my audio?
Yes, there's 2 audio that's coming across on.
Give you a second so you can, if I do this, if it would be better for you.
Yeah, just come a bit closer to your microphone, Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Is it better now?
Just speak a bit with your rally voice.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Thank you very much, and I do sincerely apologize. Let me start again with my first question. How will you advance gender mainstreaming in government and in the private, in the public and private sector? Second question. What measures are necessary to foster gender equality? So the measures that you think are necessary to foster gender equality. Third question. And what is your understanding of gender discrimination? Fourth question. How will you deal with complaints dealing with traditional authority, homophobia? gender non-conforming persons, and persons with disabilities? That is the last question. Was I audible enough?
My apologies. The first component was the gender mainstreaming.
The first question.
Yes, is gender mainstreaming. Could you please repeat the first one and the second one? I got
It
the
says,
last.
okay, the first question says, how will you advance gender mainstreaming in government and the private sector?
Okay.
Thank you.
And the second question is?
The second question, just what measures are necessary to foster gender equality?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. What measures? Gender equality.
And please be mindful of the 5 minutes to answer all the questions, Ms. Ntola.
Yes, my apologies, Chair. Thank you for the reminder. All right. As far as how to advance gender mainstreaming, gender mainstreaming is essentially integrating the ideas and the perspectives of gender imperatives within all spheres of government and of corporate entities within the public sector. And this is talking about integrating from policy as well as planning as well as budgeting, the implementation as well as the monitoring and the evaluation element. So it's basically the whole life cycle of starting from the inception and the identification of the inputs within gender equality imperatives all the way until the grassroots where they are actually implemented. And where society gets to encounter these. And how you would advance that within the CGE, it is to foster relationships and partnerships with the different spheres of government, but also within the different spheres of industries as far as private sector is concerned. And that means having frameworks that are then communicated and shared with the expectation that the relevant entities would then participate, but also formulate their own initiatives and programs with the consideration and with the understanding of the outcomes as expected by the CGE. And this is to effectively ensure that there is access to resources, there's access to services to all people that are treated unfairly, and that they are now treated equally and participate equally and have the opportunities to participate within the economy, to participate in service delivery matters, and to participate in having their human rights effectively always being accounted for and always being protected by the different spheres of government, but also the different companies and the different industries and sectors within the private sector. What does this mean? What measures gender equality? Gender equality is measured by participation. It is measured by inclusivity within the different elements of companies and entities through labor participation, through participation within the commercial, the economic element as far as companies and company ownership, company management is concerned, but also equality as far as societal, socioeconomic indicators where women and other gender counterparts are involved and are allowed to participate in the mainstream events of the economy as well as societal norms. Number 3, how do we foster gender equality and what measures need to be put in place? We foster gender equality through policy imperatives, but we also have to foster gender equality through the direct implications of the projects and the project implementation and the participation of females and other previously disadvantaged but also excluded parties into the events and the programs of government and of private sector. Question number 4, as far as complaints are concerned, how do we deal, or how would I deal with a complaint that is being lodged to a traditional authority by a person, a female or a disadvantaged LGBT community? Could you please just help me remember that last question?
Thank you very much. So essentially, the question is saying, how would you deal with issues and cases that are lodged against traditional authorities and cases of homophobia, of non-confining persons, and those against women with disabilities?
All right. How, as it stands, traditional authorities also have a structure that governs them. And these are structures like Contra Lesser, the structures of House of Traditional Leaders, structures of traditional authorities, structures of local government, and structures that are currently within the ambit of COCTA. So with the understanding that a lot of these come from a perspective of ignorance, but also come from the administration and the fulfillment of, call it, customary norms and customary laws that are discriminatory to women. It would then be crucial for us to run programs that create awareness within traditional authorities, within SALGA, within municipalities, and within COCTA to create awareness on how important it is to be inclusive in the matters of communities and in the matters of homosexuality and homophobia. Homophobia is generally a matter that requires the intervention of programs that would create awareness. And that is the best place to start, with the preventative element of homophobic attacks, homophobic discrimination, whether it comes into land ownership, as well as the lack of interaction and inclusion of females and homosexuals in traditional areas. So it's running programs of awareness, but also running programs that effectively implore and compel entities in the region, whether it's a municipal program, an EPWP program, or if we're talking about programs that municipalities run through rural areas in order to engage their communities. It then becomes a matter of creating awareness and participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hand you over to Honorable Peterson.
Thank you so much, Chair. Greetings, colleagues, and Ms. Nchangase. I'm Honorable Peterson, and I'm a member of this committee. My questions to you today would be regarding the Strategic Outcome 1. So my first question would be, what is your understanding of Strategic Outcome 1 of the CGE, and why is this important? Number 2, what would the role of the CGE in the private sector what would the role of the CGE be in the private sector, taking into consideration Strategic Outcome 1? And then the last question is, what is the role of the CGE in respect of compliance with international treaties and obligations? Thank you.
Thank you. Could you please repeat question number 1 with regards to Strategic Outcome 1?
Okay, question number 1 is, what is your understanding of Strategic Outcome 1 of the CGE, and why is that important?
Okay. All right. What is it and why is it important? The Strategic Outcome number 1 is to create an enabling legislative environment and to render and formulate recommendations and participate in investigations and litigations and dispute resolution with regards to matters that are related to gender issues. And therefore, it is important for the CGE to engage the different legislative frameworks, and to formulate programs that are in line with these frameworks, and to formulate engagements with both legislature and both the different spheres of government, where these will then effectively be implemented. As far as enabling a legislative environment, the role of the CGE is then to make recommendations. The role of the CGE is then to identify any other legislations that do talk to matters of gender equality, and subsequently take into account the Gender Commission, the Gender Equality Act, in terms of any other legislation that will be coming through the different sectors. Question number 3, what is my understanding of the international... Pardon me, could I please have assistance as far as question number 3 on the international element?
Question number 3 is, what is the role of the CGE in respect of compliance with international treaties and obligations?
All right. So the role of the CGE in terms of compliance with international treaties and compliance, currently the CGE is responsible for facilitating the outcomes that are required and the matters that give rise from international treaties. Some of the legislation and the treaties that do form part of the work that the CGE does are from the SADC region, some from the United Nations, and most of these are primarily based on gender inclusivity and gender participation. In terms of monitoring and evaluation, but also monitoring and reporting of the initiatives that are participated on, and reporting on the initiatives and the progress on these initiatives that are expected to be fulfilled as far as gender equality is concerned. So the importance of the CGE is to participate in formulation of programs, and to participate in formulation of the legislation that would then put the country and its legislative framework in a position to fulfill, but also to comply with what is required from the international community.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand you over to Honorable Polwane for your 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, our support staff, Ms. Nzangasi.
Thank you.
Yes, morning. From my side, for this question, let me make my camera on. But you can hear me.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and the oversight by Parliament? Can you hear me, Mr. Tamusi?
Yes, I couldn't hear you. The question, may I repeat the question, is how do I think the CGE can strengthen its oversight capacity over Parliament?
Monitoring and evaluation. It's monitoring and evaluation over the Parliament. Yes.
Over Parliament. Thank you. The CGE is empowered by the Constitution and by its Act to be able to hold Parliament accountable for matters of gender equality and matters that are highlighted within the Act as far as their mandate is concerned. And as far as monitoring and evaluation is concerned, CGE is meant to have binding recommendations and inputs into the legislative work that is being done by Parliament, but also the functioning of Parliament as a whole, in far as the structure of Parliament and parliamentarians and the employment strategies that are employed by Parliament as well. So the CGE has the capacity and is granted the rights to perform research and perform evaluations and investigations on the structures of Parliament and on the structures of Parliament and on the structures of the other legislation that comes up and the bills that are being passed in Parliament. The CGE does have the ability to oversee and create monitoring as far as fulfillment of the mandate is concerned, where gender equality and gender issues are consistently being put at the forefront of legislation, bills, but as well as the daily running and operational element and activities of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hand you over for the last question, Honourable Tsotetsi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We meet again, Ms. Nchangase.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask you a question that has 6 components this time.
All right.
So the first one is, do you believe that you have leadership skills? And if so, can you provide us with an example of when were you successful in exercising the leadership skills, your leadership? The second one is, do you have management experience? If so, can you provide us with the detail of this experience, highlighting a specific management skills? The third one is, do you regard the ability to communicate as key to the position of a commissioner, and why? What, in your opinion, are the
Sorry,
attributes of...
my apologies. Honourable
Yes.
Tsotetsi, could you please repeat number 3?
Do you regard the ability to communicate as key in the position of being a commissioner, and why? Also, what, in your opinion, are the key attributes of someone who is able to communicate efficiently? And do you believe that you possess those attributes? The fourth one is, do you have any litigation experience? If so, can you provide us with a detail in this regard? The fifth one is, do you have any experience with regard to legislative policy reviews? If so, can you also provide us with detail? The last one is, do you have any advocacy experience? If so, may you kindly provide us with an experience? These questions, you have 5 minutes to respond to them. So just to be brief and concise. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Right, thank you. Question 1. As far as my leadership skills and examples are concerned, I do believe I have leadership skills. And my leadership skills have been exercised through different elements of my career, not only from a professional perspective, but also from a social perspective. I have had leadership roles, both in social structures, where I was part of advisory on traditional authorities, with the Matendo Traditional Authority, which is in an area up north where I originally come from. And we dealt with community issues and community advocacy issues, participating in other intergovernmental programs that ran in the area. But also leadership skills that come from my experience professionally, where I have sat as chairperson of multiple committees. In all my board experience, I have, in some capacity or the other, chaired either finance and chaired projects committees, as part of my passion and as part of my expertise, the ability to lead from a commission and from a board and corporate governance perspective. Do I have management experience? And I need to be specific. I do have management experience outside of the corporate governance perspective.
Ms. Changase? Am I the only one that is unable to hear me?
No, we lost Ms. Nchangase. Yolanda, please can we try and just phone her quickly?
Will do, Chair.
Sorry, colleagues, just give it 1 minute.
Hello?
Ms. Nchangase, yes, please continue. We lost you for a second. Just round up in 2 minutes.
Yes, understood. Yes, I do believe communication is key. Key attributes to a good communicator, key attributes of a good communicator is the ability to be direct, to be specific, to be concise, and to be clear in the instructions and in the manner in which you communicate an idea. As far as my experience in policy review is concerned, my experience in policy review has been from a corporate governance perspective, where I consistently I have sat in a corporate strategy and corporate governance committee with the wholesale and retail CETA that specifically dealt with policy framework and policy directives, not only for the organization as an entity, but also for the sector in terms of development of sector skills plans that were being implemented by organizations that subscribed to our levy structure within the retail sector across large scale, as well as organized labor, as well as organized employers. As far as advocacy work is concerned, as I indicated earlier on, I have not worked directly in advocacy work, but the work that I have encountered and the work that I have participated in has always had an element of advocacy, where I do champion programs and initiatives that have been initiated and started during my tenure and during my time of work with different organizations, both from the wholesale and retail sector, in the private security sector, in the agricultural space, explicitly there, most intuitively has been where I've made the most impact as far as advocacy is concerned, in terms of facilitating the participation and the inclusion of previously disadvantaged individuals, both with disability females, as well as all other gender groups as far as economic participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your very last question will be from Honourable Mqunu, and then we'll round up your interview session, Ms. Ntshangase.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Changase, I'm back again. My name is Kukulethu Mqunu. The questions that I have for you is, what is your understanding of the NSP on GBVF? And what is the CGE's role insofar as addressing GBVF in the country is concerned? And the last question is, what kind of activities can the CGE undertake to create awareness as well as combat GBVF?
My apologies, Honourable Mqunu. I barely heard it.
Okay, the first question, maybe I will ask just one question and respond. What is your understanding of the NSP on GBVF?
Okay, my understanding of the NSP on gender-based violence is essentially it's a program and a plan that's been undertaken to improve the management of gender-based violence within the judiciary system and the law enforcement system, as far as the processes and the procedures that are undertaken by law enforcement authorities in the receiving of complaints, the receiving of cases, the opening of cases, and the entire process from the initiation of a case to the point of conclusion of a case as far as the gender-based violence is concerned throughout the judicial system, whether it be at the SAPS level all the way into the magistrate level, etc.
Honourable, thank you. Round it up.
Okay, what is the CGE's role insofar as addressing GBVF in the country is concerned?
The role of the CGE as far as addressing gender-based violence is to, one, from a program's perspective as far as awareness is concerned, creating awareness, running these educational programs that create awareness, but run these educational programs to the relevant stakeholders that subsequently have to deal with issues of gender-based violence, as I stated earlier on, within the different structures of the judiciary and the policing system, but also within work enforcing the importance of minimizing and eliminating gender-based violence. Minimizing and eliminating gender-based violence in the workplace, but also in communities. So the role of the Commission is to establish programs, but also monitor the manner in which different entities are applying the legislative requirements of ensuring that we minimize and eliminate gender-based violence and the elimination of discrimination within the different spheres of government, within society, and within places of work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mqunu. Ms. Ntshangase, we would like to thank you very much for spending time with us this morning. Thank you for sharing all your insights with us, your expertise, and just being available to serve and putting your hand up to be considered the Commission for Gender Equality. I just need to explain what happens next. We are finalizing our interviews today. We've had 2 days of interviews, which commenced on Wednesday. On Tuesday next week at Parliament, we will deliberate on the outcomes of this interview process. We will ultimately prepare a report with 7 recommended candidates. Our report will serve in front of the National Assembly, where we are hopeful that the National Assembly will adopt and accept our recommendations. Our recommendations will then be sent to the President of the Republic. He will ultimately decide on the 5 candidates to be appointed to the Commission for Gender equality. So we just needed to outline that process to you and to thank you once more for your time this morning. And we wish you well with your future endeavors. And that brings us to the end of your interview this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, thank you very much. I was supposed to have asked you whether there's anything you want to say to the committee in closing, but I do realize we are out of time. But you can still address us if there's anything you want.
It's just giving a vote of thanks for the opportunity once again.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. You can log out now and we will proceed to the next interview, colleagues.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Seko, can I check if you are online? I see you've joined us.
Good morning. I am online. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Warm welcome to Parliament. Well, on parliamentary Zoom this morning. We are the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm here on the platform with honourable members. Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee will introduce themselves. I just want to outline that each honourable member will have 5 minutes to engage with you on a variety of topics. Unfortunately, if you exceed the 5 minutes, I will have to indicate to you, Ms. Diseko, to round up. Firstly, I want to say as a portfolio committee, we've been given the important task to obviously identify suitable candidates, suitable South Africans with the required expertise to be considered to serve on the Commission for Gender Equality. So we want to firstly say thank you for availing yourself for this interview this morning. Thank you for being willing to serve your nation. And we will then this morning learn a little bit more about you. Maybe for the record, whether you can just state your full name and whether you've got any conflict of interest that you wish to declare.
Good morning once again, and thank you for having me. My full names are Mamohapi Chlorina Diseko, and I do not have any conflict of interest in this.
Thank you. Mr. Seko, please start with telling us a little bit of what was contained in a synopsis of what was contained in your application form. Please tell us about your expertise, your qualification, your background, your values as a person, and generally why you think that you are a suitable candidate to be considered to serve on the Commission for Gender Equality.
Okay. I was raised by a single mother, and my quest for justice and speaking up for the voiceless came out from my background. So I've always been one to want to serve in my community and in any platform that I found myself in. As a result, I found the most suitable venture for me to be the legal fraternity. I therefore completed my LLB studies at the University of the Witwatersrand and served my articles in various institutions, from Lawyers for Human Rights, where I served in the Refugee and Migrant Rights Project. So this has exposed me to the various challenges that foreign women face, in particular, because of the understanding that women, of course, are not a homogeneous group. Then I completed my articles to be admitted as an attorney, and I've been an admitted attorney in good standing with the Legal Practice Council for over 10 years. I then completed my master's in criminal law at the Northwest University. My interest in criminal law lies in the fact that I wanted to understand the implications of criminal law post-democracy, now that criminal law principles have been constitutionalized, and how they affect the country as a whole, in particular issues of gender. I am now pursuing my doctorate with the University of South Africa, and the focus of my study is on the criminal justice system and its response to gender-based violence, because of my interest in the area of gender equality. I have served in various institutions, including People Opposing Women Abuse as a legal advisor, where People Opposing Women Abuse is a non-governmental organization. As a result, I gathered grassroots experience of women's lived experiences, day-to-day experiences, their challenges with access in the criminal justice system, and so on. I then moved to the South African Human Rights Commission as a legal services officer, where I conducted investigations into human rights violations, called public hearings for institutions to account on violations, reports, and assisted in the drafting of reports as well for the Provincial Commissioner in their reporting to Parliament. After which I served at the Commission for Gender Equality, which is the institution I've now applied to be a commissioner for. I served for around 7 years at the Commission for Gender Equality as a legal officer. And this role exposed me to a lot of injustices in the criminal justice sector, in society as a whole, in institutions as a whole, around issues of gender. And I then served at the Legal Practice Council, which is the regulatory body for legal practitioners, where I was exposed to issues around risk management systems. So I also have experience in developing risk registers and assessing risks for institutions, which I believe is a big requirement for the position of commissioner, because in my position, I would have to lead the strategy of the institution. And I believe all this experience, the legal expertise that I bring, ethical governance, grassroots experiences of women's experiences, make me the best candidate for this job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seko. I'm going to hand you over to Honorable Kanile, who will ask you 2 questions. Honorable Kanile. Please unmute.
Am I audible, Chair?
You are, ma'am.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to you, Ms. Diseko.
Good morning, Honorable. Thank you.
My name is Angel Kanyile, and I'm a member of this portfolio committee. I will ask you a few questions. It is not 2 questions, as Chair has indicated. I think we have about 5, but I'm going to start by asking you 2. The first question that I have to you is, in your understanding, what is the CGE's mandate, powers and functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation? And the second question is, can you please explain the role of the Commissioner in the Commission for Gender Equality? We're going to start with these 2 questions for now, and then I'm going to ask the rest when you're done with answering.
Okay. My understanding of the mandate of the CGE is that it's a creature of statute. It's a statutory body established by Section 187 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And Section 187 mandates the Commission to protect gender equality through the development, protection, and attainment of gender equality. And further to that, Section 1872 provides that the CGE shall have enabling legislation, and to that end, the CGE's enabling legislation is the Commission for Gender Equality Act 39 of 1996, which provides that the Commission is required to lobby, advise, educate, investigate, and research and report to Parliament on issues of gender equality. To that end, of course, the CGE is required to monitor any legislation and to assess existing legislation in order to determine whether it is enacted in efforts to advance gender equality, and where the legislation is found to be wanting, the CGE is mandated to then report to Parliament so that that can be rectified. And to the second question, the role of commissioner. My understanding of the role of a commissioner is that I would have to provide direction for the institution. I would have to provide strategy on where the institution should go. So to that end, I would have priorities. For example, in my first year as a commissioner, I would want to strengthen the turnaround time of the complaints handling systems. I would want to strengthen the Commission's monitoring and evaluation systems. But I'm happy because I've seen in the current strategic plan that there is a new business model which requires to do exactly that. I would want to strengthen or enhance the Commission's strategic litigation in order to advance advocacy efforts and policy reform. That would be my understanding of my role as a commissioner, to provide direction to the institution.
Thank you. Honorable Kanile.
Thank you very much. And the next question that I have for you is, in your own view, is the Commission for Gender Equality making an impact in the private sector? If needed, how can the CGE reposition itself to make an impact given its wide mandate? And the second question is, in your assessment, in what areas has the CGE successfully fulfilled its mandate? And also, in your opinion, what areas require more focus? The last question that I have for you is, what do you think are the weaknesses and threats affecting Commission for Gender Equality, and how can these challenges be mitigated? Thank you.
The CGE has definitely made strides and made an impact in the private sector. The CGE's enabling legislation mandates it to monitor both the public and the private sector. And to that end, the CGE has called many private entities. During my tenure as legal officer and at the CGE, we would call on various institutions, from the retail sector to auditing firms, to the media, to institutions of higher learning, the TVET sector. And this has helped them in their efforts to shape even the gender mainstreaming efforts. So that is a big deal for the country, because when private institutions are aware that they are not immune to the monitoring and watchdog role of the CGE, then they implement processes and systems that are meant to advance not only women's causes, but the marginalized as well, even the LGBTIQ plus community. And women who are foreign nationals who are also employed in the formal and informal sector. So I would say the CGE indeed has had a huge positive impact in the private sector because of that. Not to say there's not still a lot to do. We still have a lot to do, but we have made gains that are visible, and I personally monitor this through change, because the CGE has to move from being a recommendations-based institution to being an intervention-based, to having intervention-based outcomes. So yes, there has been positive impact in the private sector. And for the second question, I don't think I noted it well. Can you repeat it for me? Areas where the CGE has successfully implemented its mandate. Did I capture it properly?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Do you want the last part, because it has two sections in the same question, and that's, in your opinion, what are areas that require more focus?
No focus. The CGE has been successful in implementing its mandate because one of the key indicators that you measure an institution with, as far as its relevance as well is concerned, is its accessibility to the public, and the fact that the public knows about it. And through recent years, we have seen the Commission in the public through radio platforms and other media platforms as well, meaning that it's becoming more visible. The ordinary woman knows about the CGE. We see it through the complaints that we received as an institution, that people are becoming more aware. So it has been successful in that area. The CGE has been successful in making a lot of submissions to Parliament on legislation, including but not limited to the traditional courts bill. The CGE has been successful in a lot of strategic landmark cases, including the Caster Semenya case for one, including the parental leave case. That would be another example. Where we would need to put more focus on is on leveraging more on stakeholder relations. I have not seen the CGE work that much in academia. And academia, that is where we get a lot of critical thinking and analysis and research. And we need research that drives impact, because research as well influences policy. We need to strengthen our relationships with academia. We need to strengthen our M&E systems and accountability systems. And high impact research as well. That's where we can up our game as far as the CGE is concerned.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hand you over to Honourable Mchunu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Seko. This is Kukuletu Mchunu. I'm a member of this committee. Mr. Seko, are you here?
Yes, Honourable, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Honourable Kuku Mchunu, a member of this committee. I'm going to ask you two sets of questions. I will ask the first set and you will respond. After that, I will come back with the second set of questions. The first one, a key strategic outcome 3 of the Commission as per its strategic plan 2025-2030 is to identify and monitor key issues that impact on gender equality, evaluate contributions by role players to gender equality, and make recommendations to promote and attain gender equality. The question is, do you think that this has been done successfully? Elaborate on your answer. what innovative means would you adopt to improve monitoring and evaluation by the Commission?
I think that the CGE, this is more or less almost similar to the last question, I think. The CGE has indeed succeeded in identifying and monitoring key issues. And one of the innovative ways in which the CGE has done this is through leveraging stakeholder relations, because the CGE is not a service delivery institution. As a result, we would have to partner with civil society, academia, government, and other key stakeholders in eradicating gender-based violence and addressing issues of inequality holistically. So partnerships with the criminal justice cluster, partnerships with faith-based organizations, NGOs, and the like have really strengthened the CGE's mandate, because even the CGE's enabling legislation, the CGE Act, mandates the CGE to work with like-minded institutions, meaning other Chapter 9 institutions like the Public Protector and other strategic institutions in order to deal with the scourge of gender-based violence and inequality. To strengthen monitoring and evaluation systems, the CGE has to adopt gender indicators through their research, so that they have disaggregated data on whether there is actually impact. And the CGE has to monitor its programs through women's lived experiences or people's lived experiences, as opposed to just looking at outputs. And one other way of monitoring M&E, institutional M&E frameworks, is to ensure that staff is capacitated in their work, and to make sure that M&E is embedded into all the programs of the CGE.
Thank you.
Thank you. The second set of questions are, what is your understanding of the NSP on GBVF? What is the CGE's role insofar as addressing GBVF in the country is concerned?
My understanding of the NSP on GBVF is that it is a tool that has been given after the recognition that things are not getting better per se. We still have enormous economic disparities between men and women. And unfortunately, this continues to affect Black women disproportionately. We still experience a huge spate of gender-based violence and femicide in the country. As a result, this tool was given in order to harness efforts or coordinate efforts from all sectors, so that the response is more coordinated in that way, hoping that it will be more effective. To this end, the NSP has 6 foundational pillars, one of which, pillar number 3, is the one that I am studying through my doctorate, and that would be the effectiveness of the criminal justice system, because the criminal justice system has many stakeholders involved. As a result, if one of the stakeholders is found wanting, the whole system, unfortunately, is at stake. So that is the essence of the National Strategic Plan on GBVF, to coordinate efforts around the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide with the 6 pillars.
Thank you
so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mkhunu. Honourable Tsiamo Tsotetsi.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning. Memaseko, ke Memaseko.
Diseko.
Mediseko, re lebogile. Now, of course, chapter the CGE is part of the Chapter 9 institutions that we have. They are encouraged to be independent and impartial. May you kindly take us through what does this independence and impartial mean in the context of the CGE? Also, as a commissioner, why is this important? Why would you think this is important? Would you be able to embody this aspect and how? Can you also tell us of an instance or the time which you remember wherein you have been able to challenge the authority, even if it threatened your own interest? Yeah. Can just deal with those in 5 minutes.
The Chapter 9 institutions are required to be independent, and this independence is crucial to the legitimacy and effectiveness of Chapter 9 institutions, specifically the Commission for Gender Equality. Now, this independence can be viewed in various ways. I view it in three concrete ways. Independence of an institution is evident when the decision-making in that institution is rooted in constitutionalism and is evidence-based. The independence of an institution is evident when systems and processes are transparent. The independence of an institution is also evident when there is consistent reporting to Parliament without affecting the autonomy of that institution. So independence of a Chapter 9 institution is important. It is important because the public has to have trust in the institution, because as a Chapter 9, we are expected to monitor both government and the private sector. Now, the public will not have trust in an institution that is not seen to be independent. As a result, independence, of course, is linked with the legitimacy of an institution. I have been independent and have served without bias my entire career. My resume is of public knowledge, and in all the institutions that I have served, the utmost integrity has been a requirement, and I can safely say that I have never been found wanting where integrity and independence is concerned. Of course, there have been times when my independence and the discretion that I have been given in the various roles that I've occupied have been challenged, but I have remained resolute. Also, as an admitted attorney, I am led by the ethics of the profession, and so I am aware that anything that I do can have me struck off the roll of attorneys. As a result, my integrity has remained unquestionable. And in instances where, for example, I have been required to just sign a document, if I can make just a simple example, where I've been required to just sign a document that is due to go to court without being aware of its contents, I have kindly declined to sign such document until I have had sight of what it contains and understood the contents and why this is a matter that has to go to court. That would be an example that I would give in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to hand you over to Honorable Mayalula. Honorable Mayalula.
And greetings, Ms. Diseko. My first question is, what are the key principles that underpin corporate governance? And how is corporate governance relevant to the CGE? And what is the role of the commissioner in that regard? Another question, have you ever been accused or insinuated on unfair discrimination prohibited by Section 9, subsection 4 of the Constitution? The last one is, would you consider yourself a fit, a proper person to serve as a CGE commissioner? Elaborate on why that is. Thank you very much, Chair.
I am going to deal with them randomly, with the third question being the shortest. No, I've never been accused of unfair discrimination. I have also never been charged with any form of misconduct from any of my employers. The principles underpinning corporate governance relates to the previous question I just answered. That would be independence, being one of them. Serving without bias, transparency, ethical conduct, collaboration as well, because that is one of the principles of corporate governance and good governance, which unfortunately is oftentimes left out. When employers do not collaborate with their employees, then there's a disconnect between being committed to the mandate of an institution. Good corporate governance is relevant to the CGE because this is an institutional that is accountable to the people. That is an institution that is accountable to Parliament, that reports to Parliament. And this is an institution that is established in terms of the Constitution. And one of the principles of the Constitution is that processes be transparent and that processes be done in efforts to promote democracy and accountability and equality. So that is why principles of corporate governance, good corporate and ethical governance, are relevant for a Chapter 9 institution such as the CGE. And the fourth question, yes, I consider myself to be a fit and proper person to serve as a commissioner of the Commission for Gender Equality. As indicated before, I have never been charged for any misconduct. I've always conducted myself with integrity. Even in my private space, I still bear in mind the fact that I am an attorney of I am an admitted attorney of the High Court of South Africa, and therefore my conduct has to always reflect the principles that govern the profession. If I was to apply for fit and proper person certificate from the Legal Practice Council, which is the institution that I account to as an attorney, I would get that certificate because I would not be found wanting as far as my conduct is concerned. So I've always been ethical in my dealings.
Thank you so much. I'm going to hand you over to Honorable Chauke Adonis. It's now the opportunity of Honorable Chauke Adonis. Okay. Ms. Silly, can you just give her a call? She will then follow Honorable Peterson. Honorable Peterson.
Thank you so much, Chair. Greetings, everyone. My questions today to Ms. Diseko would be regarding the strategic outcome. My first question would be, what is your understanding of strategic outcome 1 of the CGE and why is this important? Number 2, what would the role of the CGE in the private sector taking into consideration strategic outcome 1 be? And what is the role of the CGE in respect of compliance with international treaties and obligations? Thank you.
My apologies, I did not quite get the question. Is the question relating to the CGE's strategic plan 2025 to 25, or is it in relation to the National Strategic Plan on GBVF? The first question.
It's in relation to the strategic outcome one. Strategic outcome one is an enabling legislative environment for gender equality through submissions, recommendations, investigations, and litigation. So the question would then be, what is your understanding of strategic outcome one of the CGE, and why is this important?
Thank you. My understanding of strategic outcome one is that the CGE is, of course, aligning itself with the mandate that it has been granted in terms of Section 187 of the Constitution. It is also aligning itself in terms of its enabling legislation, which empowers it to investigate and to monitor and be a watchdog of the public and private sector. So, as a watchdog, the CGE is correctly positioned to engage stakeholders like your SAPS and your NPA in efforts to garner information on how they are doing in gender-based violence, or their efforts in dealing with gender-based violence. It's also important for the CGE to engage in this because they are required to provide reports to Parliament on existing legislation, on whether there are gaps as far as gender equality is concerned, on whether there are gaps as far as even gender responsive budgeting is concerned, and whether there are gaps as far as policy implementation and mechanisms are concerned. So strategic point one of the CGE is highly aligned with their mandate as a Chapter 9 institution. And I am glad that even in the strategic plan, they have even highlighted an amount that will be allocated to issues around strategic litigation. So that shows a true commitment to advancing that output. Can you please repeat your question number 2?
Okay, not a problem. Question number 2 would be, what would the role of the CGE be in the private sector, taking into consideration strategic outcome one?
The private sector does not operate in a silo from other institutions in the country. As a result, when the public sector is required to make amends or follow through or work on recommendations, the private sector is also required to do same. So the private sector cannot say, we are a private sector, therefore the Commission cannot make recommendations as far as we are concerned. They also have to comply because that is what legislation provides. The CGE is mandated to monitor both the public and the private sector. As a result, they also have to be in compliance also with international obligations as far as the CGE, as far as gender equality is concerned. They also have to inculcate principles of equality into their policies. They also have to have policies around sexual harassment in the workplace. They are not immune to the monitoring role of the Commission for Gender Equality.
Thank you very much. I'm
Can
now
you
going.
repeat question number 3?
Oh,
There was a third question.
Okay, we need to round up though, but 1 minute, Honorable Peterson.
Okay, the last question number 3 would be, what is the role of the CGE in respect of compliance with international treaties and obligations? Thank you.
The CGE has a role to monitor compliance of the country as a whole on their commitments to international treaties to which the country is party to, as well as regional instruments to which the country is party to. For example, the CGE would have to provide a shadow report on the country's role or implementation of the principles outlined in CEDAW and instruments like the Maputo Protocol. So that would be the CGE's role, to provide reports on such and to ensure that the country is in full compliance with its international and regional obligations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I check if Honorable Chauke Adonis is ready now?
Yes, Chairperson, I am here. I was having difficulties with my device.
No problem.
Let me just switch on my camera quickly so that the candidate is able to see me as proof of life.
We see you.
There I am as proof of life. You can see it is not AI. It is Honorable Tsegofatso Megan Chauke Adonis, a member of this portfolio committee. I will then switch off my camera. Thank you very much for the opportunity to engage with you, and congratulations also for being part of this interview process for the CGE board. My first question goes as follows. How will you advance gender mainstreaming in government and the private sector? The second question, according to you, what measures are necessary to foster gender equality? The third, what is your understanding and interpretation of gender discrimination? And lastly, how will you deal with complaints that are involving traditional authorities, homophobia, non-conforming persons, and against women with disabilities? Did you capture those?
I hope so.
Okay.
The first one is how I would advance gender mainstreaming in the public and private sector.
Correct.
We, as a commission, and this is something that I have done a lot of, through public education and awareness, and through public hearings and calling accounting officers to account, we would then often get requests from institutions who would raise up their hand and say, we are having challenges in drafting policies that mainstream gender. We are having trouble with drafting our sexual harassment policy. As a result, as the Commission, we would go to those specific institutions and assist them in drafting their policies to ensure that they are rooted in the Constitution and the rule of law, and to assist them in their gender mainstreaming efforts, and also to provide workshops to staff on issues around gender mainstreaming and sexual harassment. Other than institutions who call upon the Commission specifically on own volition, we also call upon institutions and request them to provide us with their policies so that we can examine them. And where institutions are found wanting, then we put our recommendations and give them timeframes on which to come back and show proof that they have indeed inculcated gender mainstreaming into their policies. Question number 2. I wrote measures to foster gender equality. I'm sorry, I did not capture it properly. Can you please repeat it for me?
That is correct.
Question number 2, measures to foster gender equality. Okay. Some of the measures in which to foster gender equality is to provide for and work with institutions that can provide economic empowerment to women, Black women in particular, as they bear the brunt of the divide as far as wages and the economy is concerned. As to ensure, other ways is to ensure that justice is accessible to women and to all. The LGBTI community as well being included, because we have come across cases of secondary victimization when they seek to access our courts and any other institutions that seek to provide redress. We need to reconstruct social norms. We need to be inclusive in our approach in order to attain gender equality. We need to include men and boys in the discourse. Just last week, I was presenting a paper at a women's studies conference in Thailand, where my study was titled Rethinking Men's Marginalization in South Africa's GBV Crisis. And that paper posits that the inclusion of men is a structural requirement as opposed to just by the way, because we need to be inclusive and include them in the discourse, and they have to become our stakeholders in the fight against gender-based violence and inequality. So we need to also deconstruct harmful and toxic masculinities in our attempts to attain gender equality. And we need to have more accountable institutions. Institutions are found wanting as far as accountability is concerned. They need to be more accountable. My understanding of discrimination is, for gender discrimination, it would be being discriminated against on the basis that I'm a woman, for example, and understanding that women are not a homogeneous group. Women experience discrimination differently. A single Black unemployed woman would experience discrimination differently than, for example, a married Black employed woman. So in our research, in our narratives, in our discourse, we need to have that at the forefront and take context as well into account in highlighting discrimination. It would be somebody getting opportunity because of the fact that they are like this as opposed to like that. That would be a simple way of highlighting discrimination. Complaints, including involving women. My idea of dealing with complaints around marginalized groups, which includes the LGBTI community, which includes women living with disabilities, which includes migrants and women who are foreign women in our country, is that we need to understand that these are intersectional. This is the intersectional discrimination, and we need to have efforts that deal specifically with such, because of the understanding that not every case will be dealt with in a similar way as another case. That is why I highlighted that we always have to take context into account in how we deal with issues of discrimination. I think I've answered the 4 questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seko. Thank you. We will now move on to Honorable Polwane. 2 last questions, Honorable Polwane and Honorable Tsotetsi. Honorable Polwane. Honorable Polwane.
Yes, I'm trying to. You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I tried to the camera. Thank you very much, Tobalamisi Seko. My name is Renee Polwane. I'm a member of this committee. I was trying to get the camera, but I'll try when you are busy answering the question. My question is, how do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament? Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Member, can you please repeat the last part of your question? How do I think the CGE can strengthen its?
How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament?
The CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation through employing systems that monitor outcomes, that monitor the values that programs get, as opposed to monitoring just outputs. We need to be able to monitor the change that our programs effect into the lives of people in this country. That's how we strengthen the M&E systems. The CGE can strengthen its M&E systems by capacitating staff, ensuring that staff are aware of the mandate so that there is commitment to one mandate as opposed to being all over the place. The CGE can strengthen its M&E functions by also ensuring that M&E is embedded into all its programs as opposed to having it as a once-off during a period when the institution now reflects. So there should be M&E embedded into all the programs within the CGE across the board. It might be the legal department, research. It has to be embedded into all the programs. Oversight by Parliament means that the CGE has to report consistently to Parliament, but it also means that the CGE has to remember that it is an independent institution. So reporting to Parliament should not translate into the Commission losing its autonomy. It should simply mean that the CGE is transparent in its programs as far as the reporting is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seko. The final question will be from the Honourable Sotetsi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We meet again. Let's because also
We are now.
do you can you provide?
We are struggling with your connection, Honourable Sotetsi. I don't know if you could.
A problem, Chairperson?
We were just struggling to hear you clearly. I'm not sure if
Is it better now?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Is it okay now?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Medisako, do you believe that you have leadership skills? And if so, can you provide us with examples of when you've successfully exercised leadership? The second one is, do you have management experience? If so, can you provide us with the details of this experience, highlighting the specific management skills that you possess? Do you regard the ability to communicate as key in the position of a commissioner, and why? What, in your opinion, are the key attributes of someone who is able to communicate efficiently? And do you believe that you have those attributes? The fourth one is, do you have any litigation experience? If you can, please provide the details. I know that you are an attorney, but in this case, I'm speaking to something that you have taken up of your own volition in as far as the the matter at hand is concerned. Do you have any experience with regard to legislative and policy review? If so, can you provide us with details in this regard? Do you have any advocacy experience? If so, may you provide us with the details in that regard? Those are the questions, and I'm going to plead with you to go through them quickly in 5 minutes. Thank you.
I will link leadership skills 1 and 2, leadership skills and management experience together. Yes, I do have leadership skills. Even in my current role as an academic, I am in a leadership role in as far as the supervision of my postgraduate students are concerned, because in that role I have to exercise leadership, because supervising students requires you to lead. It requires you to channel them into proper thinking and guidelines, even as far as intellectual property, your plagiarism issues is concerned. Management experience at the Legal Practice Council. I was also in charge of administrators and interns within my department and within the Risk and Compliance Department while I was acting in that position as well. And my leadership style is a style of accountability, ethical conduct, empathy, and compassion, because when dealing with people, you are required to be firm while also being empathetic and being compassionate, understanding that people come from different areas and they experience things differently. My leadership style is also a style that is collaborative. I have a lot to learn from the people that I lead, and I have a lot to teach as well. So it is collaborative, so that we can work effectively towards achieving the mandate. The ability to communicate for commissioner is non-negotiable. You have to be able to communicate with everyone, from the layperson to people that would be considered to be high level. I know there are meetings that are termed high level meetings. So one would have to be able to communicate, because my job would be to communicate, to attend high level meetings, delegations, to attend workshops with my team. And key attributes of a commissioner would be what I have listed as my leadership style: ethical conduct, an urge for productivity, achieving results, good communication skills, ethical conduct. I do have experience in legislative and policy review. As indicated earlier, I was a legal officer for the Commission for Gender Equality, and one of our roles as legal officer would be that we would have to make input, and so that we can send submissions to Parliament on various pieces of legislation. This experience was also even gathered before the Commission for Gender Equality, because I was also a legal services officer at the South African Human Rights Commission. And I also have advocacy experience, facilitation experience, workshops, conducting dialogues and imbizos in different communities in order to teach people on rights. And we held legal clinics where we also highlighted people's rights, where we would come together with various stakeholders in that endeavor. I hope I've answered all the questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tiseko. Can I ask whether there's anything that you would like to ask in closing, or anything that you would like to say to the committee in closing?
Thank you, Chair. I think I did not answer one question on weaknesses and threats affecting gender equality. Can I just highlight them quickly? Some of them being
in closing. You can speak.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I do not have anything to ask the committee. Not at this time. Thank you.
But you can finish your question that you wanted to answer.
Okay. I recall there was a question on weaknesses and threats affecting gender equality, and I did not get to it due to time. One of the The weaknesses and the threats are economic disparities, lack of accountability in institutions, harmful social norms and toxic masculinities, and lack of integrity within the system, and socialization that is harmful towards the cause. So I just wanted to highlight that quickly. Thank you, Chair, for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Diseko. I want to really thank you for spending time with us this morning. I would like to outline our process going forward. We've just spent 2 days conducting interviews. We've got 2 more interviews to conduct today. Next Tuesday, we will meet as a portfolio committee to deliberate on the outcomes of our interviews. We will score our candidates and we will prepare a report with 7 candidates for the National Assembly. We hope that the National Assembly will agree to our report and will support our recommendations. From there, our report will go to the President of the Republic, who will ultimately decide on the 5 candidates to be appointed as commissioners for the Commission for Gender Equality. So that is the process going forward. Ours is to say thank you very much for sharing your insights, your ideas, for being willing to serve on the Commission for Gender Equality. We wish you well and continue to do the good work that you're already doing in fighting gender-based violence and working towards gender equality. So we thank you very much, and it brings to an end our interview this morning.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Seko.
Bye-bye.
Okay, colleagues, our next candidate will be Ms. Patricia Makufane. A very good morning to you, Ms. Patricia Makufane. Can I just check that you have joined us? Please unmute, please unmute, please unmute.
Done.
That's great. Very good morning. Is it still morning? Yes, it's still morning. Very good morning, Ms. Makufane. I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly. Please, can you, for the record, state your full names and whether you've got any conflict of interest that you would like to declare?
Okay, good morning, ma'am. My full names are Patricia Musholo Makofane, and I have no conflict of interest to declare.
Thank you so much, Ms. Makufane. Very warm welcome to Parliament, although it is on the virtual platform. We are the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We've been given a very important task to identify suitable South Africans to be considered to serve on the Commission for Gender Equality. I'm Liesel van der Merwe and I'm the chairperson of this Portfolio Committee. I'm with my wonderful colleagues who are all members of Parliament. They will introduce themselves as they engage with you this morning. Each of them will have 5 minutes with you. We need to stick to the time because we've given all our candidates 1 hour. So we cannot, for the sake of fairness, we cannot go over that 1 hour. So please try to be succinct with your answers, ma'am. Okay. Maybe just at the outset, can we ask you to tell us a little bit about a synopsis of what was contained in your application form? Tell us about your background, your history, your values, your qualifications, and also why you believe that you are a suitable candidate to be considered to serve on the Commission for Gender Equality.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. I've already told you about my names. I am a professional. Okay, I started in nursing and then I went over to HR as well as leadership. And also I backed some coaching diploma. I worked as a nursing tutor and HR at various levels, and including at the GM level. And that makes me understand both the technical side of policy and how it plays out in organizations or in a particular organization. I'm also involved with a program called Girls for Girls. We call it G for G. This program is aimed at preparing girl children for leadership positions. In fact, we are building a pipeline of future leaders through G4G. It is a global organization in 28 countries. We mentor young women. We get them at universities. We go to universities and engage them there, where we are serving as their mentors and them as mentees. And we invite other women in important, powerful positions to come and talk to them. And so far, we have trained like 10,000 mentors and 25,000 mentees. You know, the circle is getting bigger and bigger because we encourage them that after they graduate, they come back and join as mentors. Also, I have worked as an HR specialist. I have always been in charge of the Employment Equity Act, making sure that whatever a department of government or private sector, because I also had an opportunity to work in the private sector, I am always, after those targets, numbers, because I believe that women would double up any organization. More women, of course, with right skills, they would double up the country's GDP. That they are not in senior leadership, they're only in middle management. It's actually a disfavor for our country. Yeah. And I also am a member of a Rotary Club. I volunteer in ADASA, which is an organization that deals with Alzheimer's and dementias. I help them with educating communities. I mean, often our communities, they gang up against old ladies, calling them witches, not knowing that it's an aging process that will eventually affect all of us. I'm also a coach. Right now, my coaching, I do it privately, but not for money. People will call me. My daughter would always invite her friends whenever they have, especially problems at works, be it promotion problems. She will ask me to assist them. Yeah, so that's about me.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to hand you over to Honorable Kanile.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Makofane.
Good morning, Honorable Member.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you so much for joining us today. I have a few questions for you. The first question is, what is your understanding of the CGE's mandate, powers, and functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation? The second question that I have is, can you please explain the role of a commissioner within the Commission for Gender Equality? Thank you.
Okay, so it's two questions. Can you repeat the first one so that I answer it and then I'll come to the second one?
Okay.
Yeah.
The first question I was asking is that you please tell us your understanding about the CGE's mandate, powers, and functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. The enabling legislation is the Commission for Gender Equality Act. It's also the promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act. And it is a Chapter 9 institution. And as a Chapter 9 institution, I have read that it does not fall within government, it's outside government. And its role is to enforce gender equality and prevent inequality. It is also to promote, to promote gender equality in private as well as public sector. It can investigate any complaints that came to it, or it can seek to see the policies that promote gender equality. It is also in charge of training communities with regard to its mandate, gender equality. It can develop programs and also carry out training. It can also litigate any institution, be it in government or private, that does not align itself with gender equality.
Thank you. Honorable Kanile.
Thank you. Would you like me to get to the second question?
Yes, please.
Okay, the second question, I asked that could you please tell us the role of the commissioner at the Commission for Gender Equality?
Okay, the role of a commissioner. As commissioners, we, or maybe as a commissioner too, we prevent and prohibit unfair discrimination. We also develop policies and we oversee the functioning of the commission.
Okay, thank you then. I have another question for you. The next question is, in your assessment, in what areas has the CGE successfully fulfilled its mandate? And also, if you can please tell us, in your opinion, what areas require more focus? I have three questions, but this will be your first question.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Okay. In your assessment, in what areas has the CGE successfully fulfilled its mandate? And if you can please also tell us, in your own opinion, what areas still require more focus?
Yeah, so far, it has developed policies and the strategic direction for itself. And well, we see also from the landmark cases where they are involved, like Ebo Castor Siminya, and then the others where it is involved. I think it is still struggling with like gender equality to a certain extent, but what is still a problem, I think, is gender-based violence, which needs, I think, a lot of high-level intervention so that it is good on paper, but I think on the grassroots level, it is still a problem, a pandemic. But otherwise, with its programs, the strategic direction, it has done its fair share.
Okay, thank you. The second question that I have for you is, could you please tell us, in your own view, is the Commission for Gender Equality making an impact in private sector? And if needed, how can the CGE reposition itself to make an impact given its wide mandate?
You know, I think in the private sector, there's still a lot of work to be done. Because remember that most of the companies in the private sector, they come from apartheid eras, where you find that, let's say it is, I'll just make an example without mentioning a name of the company. Where I worked, it was a core business. Their core business was, fixing earth-moving equipment. That is this huge gandas. You find that there is still no, most actually of the employees, the mechanics, are males. And females would be only in support services, like in your HR and accounting. And that, it was not that female mechanics were not accommodated, like even the infrastructure. So I think this is where now the commission must delve in to look at the infrastructure, the accessibility, and then the infrastructure inside, whether it is for males or it also includes females. Things like changing rooms, there would be only male changing rooms, and I would have to fight, with white males, especially because they would be the managers for those mechanics. That there has to be a palpable transformation. So I think this is where the commission is not felt, because most of even the senior leadership, they do not respect. I mean, they have built their companies with their own money, and they did not see any value in respecting the laws of the country.
Thank you. As we round up on this one.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Makofane. I have the last question for you. What do you think are the weaknesses and threats affecting the Commission for Gender Equality, and how can these challenges be mitigated?
Well, I read about, like, the challenges would still be interpersonal relationships between the commission as well as the employees of the commission. And I wouldn't say they are weaknesses. They are still challenges, as well as, I think, the infrastructure. I don't think there is enough infrastructure built for the commission, and its visibility in communities.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Kanyile. I'm going to hand you over to Honourable Mqunu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. Good morning to you, Ms. Makofane.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, honorable member.
Okay, my name is Honorable Kukuletu Mqunu. I'm a member of this committee. I'm going to ask you two sets of questions. I will ask the first one, then you will respond. Then I will come back and ask you the second one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, a key strategic outcome 3 of the Commission as per its strategic plan 2025-2030 is to identify and monitor key issues that impact on gender equality. Evaluate contributions by role players to gender equality and make recommendations to promote and attain gender equality. And the questions are, do you think that this has been done successfully? Elaborate on your answer. What innovative means would you adopt to improve monitoring and evaluation by the Commission? Thank you.
Thank you. I think monitoring and evaluation, we have, will always have the monitoring and evaluation on paper and the targets. But now, I think what is lacking is the follow-up on the target set and the time frames. So it is always a challenge for monitoring and evaluation. Always a challenge will be manpower, because that needs manpower and the tools as well as a system that supports it. So maybe you should repeat let me hear if I'm answering the question.
Honourable Mqunu, you can move on to you can continue.
What was the second one?
Honourable Mqunu.
Oh, yes. What is your understanding of the NSP on GBVF? And what is the CGE's role insofar as addressing GBVF in the country is concerned?
Can you please tell me what is the NSP?
It's a national strategic plan.
Okay. So here, I think the national strategic plan will have to align itself with the growth development strategy. That is the national strategy for growth, economic growth of our country. Yeah, so our strategy with regard to the gender Commission of Gender Equality must fit in or feed into what the president or the nation requires in terms of the growth plan, and also in terms of our nation aligning itself with the international the international platforms regarding the regarding the Commission for Gender Equality, as well as the economic growth.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mqunu. We are now moving to Honorable Tsiamo Tsotetsi.
Unmute first. I've been speaking here without having unmuted. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Sorry.
And thank you. Le kae mme Makofane?
Re teng le kae ntate?
Re teng. Now, Mama Kofana, I'm sure you know that the CGE is part of the Chapter 9 institutions. And the
Yes.
Chapter 9 institutions are directed by the Constitution to be impartial as well as independent. Now, how do you think that being impartial and being independent can find expression in the context of the CGE? The second component of the question is, as a commissioner, why is this important? Would you be able to embody this, and how can you tell how, okay, wait, would you be able to embody this and how? Also, can you tell us of a time where you have challenged the authority at the risk of your own interest? Do you need me to repeat?
Okay. Where I challenge the authority. Okay. I think your first question talks to how, as a commissioner, I must show to embody impartiality and all. I think here it's about corporate governance, which spells out that we have to embody and seen to be having ethical leadership, inculcating the culture of ethics, and also that as commissioners, although we are a Chapter 9 institution, which is, I think, feared and respected by everyone, we must still act within the authority imposed on us by the act. You know, we have to act within our the authority that is spelled out by the act.
Thank you very
also,
much.
okay. And then where I have challenged authority, I, at the expense of my, as a limited or as a career limitation, I worked in one public entity where I got dismissed. Got dismissed because it was a new entity, and I was actually in charge of, developing policies. I developed policies and also made everyone aware, including the CEO, that we have to abide. The CEO was coming from outside government. So that here are the policies and we must all abide by them. But our conflict started where she was buying, things, like she would buy portraits for our offices, and then I would say, no, but this is not in terms of the PFMA. We may not do this. There has to be an order and there has to be a reason for. But eventually they trumped up charges against me, and then I got fired. It was the unfair process, but I never went to the labor court because already up to the CCMA level, I could see that there was some unfairness and some corruption. So instead of getting myself frustrated, I decided to just move on and forget about it. Was a bad patch in my life, but I know that at times when you are vocal about the principles and you don't want your integrity to be tarnished, it may well work against you. And I am that person who's not prepared to lower my integrity. I must still keep it at a high level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm going to hand you over to the Honorable Mayelula.
Greetings again, Chair, and greetings, colleagues, and greetings, Mema Kofane. How are you today?
I'm fine, and you, Honorable Member?
Thank you. My first question, Mema Kofane, is that would you consider yourself a proper person to serve as a CGE commissioner? Elaborate on why that is.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Like I already said, I was a nurse educator. I think I can engage with a community at grassroots level. I also have a technical skill to support my work as a commissioner. And the fact that I'm already investing in women, the next generation of women leaders, says a lot about my intentions. I can also work across policy, HR, and community engagement on day one. And then I bring in the technical skills, HR leadership, as well as practical experience, meaning that I can help the Commission to design policies that actually work on the ground level, or on the ground.
Okay.
Thank you.
Also, what are the key principles that underpins corporate governance?
Okay. Set ethical leadership, and then you establish the culture of the ethical culture amongst your colleagues and the people that we oversee. We also have to be responsible for corporate citizenship. I'll make an example with a hospital that will be soiling the environment with things that they should take to incineration, not disposing of the garbage properly like it is expected of the hospital. And then performance and value creation. Yeah. Also, reporting is key to corporate governance. Those are the ones that I am, also working within the delegations.
Are you happy, Honorable Mayelula?
I'm fine, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now proceed to the Honorable Chauke Aduanes. Honorable Chauke Aduanes. If the Honorable Chauke Aduanes is not ready, then we'll proceed to the Honorable Peterson and then Pulwane. Honorable Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings, everyone, once again. Greetings, Ms. Makofani. I'm Jasmine Peterson, and I'm a member of this committee. My question to you today would be with regards to the strategic outcome 1. My first question is, what is your understanding of strategic outcome 1 of the CGE, and why is this important? Number 2, what would the role of the CGE be in the private sector, taking into consideration strategic outcome 1? My last question is, what is the role of the CGE in respect of compliance with international treaties and obligations? Thank you.
A difficult one, I must accept. Okay. I will just formulate the strategic outcome 1 in terms of the the role of the commission. I think is to monitor and evaluate the policies in government as well as private sector. So the outcome thereof would be the number of interventions as commission we have done, the where and the how, and the number of interventions it can be in a form of carrying out information sessions, also leading in the litigations. I know that the commission has its legal department where we have litigated, and then also the outcome. And then in terms of the compliance, we look at those international strategies or platforms or protocols like the SADC protocol on gender. If private or companies or even government, if they have not been violated by their action, because as representative of the Constitution of South Africa, we need to be seen to be in line with all the agreements that the country entered into, like, for example, the Convention of the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. That is an agreement that our country entered into.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm going to hand you over to the Honorable Chauke Aduanes. Honorable Chauke Adonis. If she's not ready, let's go to the Honorable Paul Mane.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson,
Okay. Please proceed,
kindly
Honorable Chauke Adonis, and then we'll go to...
apologies, Chairperson. I'm struggling with the device. It's not my usual device. So I do sincerely apologize. Greetings to our candidate, and congratulations also for making it to the interview process. My name is Serofazo Megan Chauke Adonis. I am a member of this portfolio committee of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Let me go right into it. My first question to you goes as follows. How will you advance gender mainstreaming in government and in the private sector? Secondly, what measures are necessary to measure gender equality? And what is your understanding of gender discrimination? And lastly, how will you deal with complaints against traditional authorities and homophobia ag- and gender non-confining persons and against and those coming from women with disabilities? Perhaps the last question, let me repeat it.
Maybe, sorry, Honorable Member, maybe let's first start with, because I cannot quickly write the questions so that I address them as they come. If there are many, I won't be able to.
Okay, because what we're supposed to do, Chairperson, through you, is that we are asking our questions, and as we ask the questions, the candidates are supposed to pick up the notes and then respond to them, unless otherwise, Chair.
Yeah, I think just repeat your set of questions once more.
Okay,
Then our
let me
candidate
repeat them once more.
can just
I've-
make the notes and then she can respond in a summarized manner.
Okay, not a problem. Let me start again. So the first question is, how will you advance gender mainstreaming in government and the private sector? Secondly, what measures are necessary to foster gender equality? Thirdly, what is your understanding of gender discrimination? Lastly, how will you deal with complaints involving traditional leaders or authorities, homophobia, gender non-conforming persons, and women with disabilities? Kindly confirm if they are captured.
Yeah,
The
I
last
think
one, dealing with complaints from the
Complaints involving traditional leaders or traditional tribal authorities, homophobia, non-conforming, gender non-conforming persons, or women with disabilities.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. Advancing the gender equality in the mainstream, I think this is where the policy, because they can show you policies that we have this policy and that, but if the policy is not enacted, because I first need to see how they are enacting the policy on gender equality. And here it's mostly employment equity, reports and target that they must show in the private as well as in the public sector. And besides that, the infrastructure itself, you know, you don't only go into the office and then they show you their numbers, but there are things like infrastructure, bathrooms, you know, tea rooms, and they will also add on the information if they are in line with the policies of the country, because we have policies. And then I think that has covered also the measurement, because being strict on the outcomes. I also think, you know, there has to be something that is visible from when you enter the organization that tells you what type of an organization is this. Like it is done with health and safety, where there would be stars and that are awarded by some international body. I think that will also help, because just being shown the, you know, the targets on paper is not enough. And then what do I understand with this gender discrimination? I think it's not as simple as that. Yes, the policies will tell us, but there are a lot of things that I normally look at wherever I am. Like the pictures will tell you the people leadership that you see, government leadership that you see on TV following or going behind the minister, you know, the bodyguards. I normally look at that and say, why are there so, you know, fewer women? We see that every day without reading the reports about gender discrimination. And also, you look at the adverts, the requirements of in recruitment. Those also will help you see that there is an obvious discrimination. Some discriminations are hidden, of course, but
we've got 1 minute left on this question.
Okay, the next one is dealing with complaints with traditional leader. We know that traditional and tribal leadership are mainly men that have their beliefs. I think here we need to be careful with them so that they do not reject you from when you start. Respect them, show them, and ask them for the support, and show them why it is not okay to discriminate against gender, females. Also, there is a lot of homophobia where people will, you know, just say what they want, including hate speech. We need to show them the policies, the acts of parliament that is against that, and strive for, you know, a good relationship. Work with them with regard to their objectives or outcomes at the tribal authority. You know, just be there and mentor them, because they also need a mentoring for them to accept that, you know, there has to be equality in terms of gender, and also there has to be respect for people that are not like us in inverted commas, because we tend to want everyone to be like us. but there are people who are different from us, and they also need to be respected and to be accorded everything that we think it's fair on us. I
As
think
we
I
round
tried
up.
to
Yes.
round up.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm going to hand you to the Honorable Pulwani.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mhlonishwa. Thobela Mmakofane.
Thobela, honorable member.
Nagari Neile Polwane, the member of this committee. How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament? I've got only this question for you. Thank you.
How do I think the Commission should strengthen it? Can you repeat it, please?
How do you think the Commission for Gender Equality can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament?
A tricky one. I think first and foremost, as the Commission, we've got to have the strategic objectives and show how those strategic objectives will be fulfilled fulfilled. And there has to be an action meaning that the what to do and then the when, so that by the time a report goes to Parliament or the Parliament committee, when it comes for oversight, they must be aware that this is where you are, because once you've had your time frames, then it is easy for anyone who comes and do oversight to say, okay, it's April now. You said you would have achieved this in April. And if you have not achieved it, what were the challenges and how are you going to overcome those challenges so that everything is you are able to enact, and we are also able to touch. It must be palpable that, okay, now we see, because setting objectives and then the measurement is not enough if there are no time frames and the exact actions.
Thank you so much. As we round up on this one, I hand you over to Honorable Tsotetsi, who will be the last speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mama, I have few questions that you may need to note. They are about yourself. Firstly, you need to tell us if do you think that you have the leadership skills, and if so, can you provide us with an example of when have you successfully exercised the leadership skills? That is number one. Number two, do you have management experience? And if so, can you provide us with the detail of this experience, highlighting the specific management skills that you possess The third one is, do you regard the ability to communicate as the key position of the commissioner? Meaning that, do you think that a commissioner, it's important for the commissioner to have that ability to communicate? Then what, in your opinion, are the key attributes of someone who's able to communicate efficiently? And do you believe that you have those attributes? The next one is, do you have any litigation experience? If so, can you provide us with the details in this regard? The next one is, do you have any experience with regard to legislative and policy review? Can you also provide us with details if you have? The last one is, do you have any advocacy experience? If so, can you also provide us with the details in that regard? Okay, so you will just indicate if you need me to repeat any of those.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
will ask you as I go along. The leadership skills and evidence. When you go to my curriculum vitae and the certificate, the qualifications that I have submitted, I have a Master of Business Leadership as a qualification. And in all my areas of employment, in actual fact, this is started throughout my, my career in different spaces. Like, besides those qualifications, I only went to university to hone in the skills that I already had. Where I come from in nursing, they won't tell you that now you are doing second year and now you are a leader. This one is doing first year. As soon as someone comes in, a new trainee that I have more experience than, then I'll take leadership to an extent that I would say, okay, you are going to work with me. We are partners for this week. And you are going to observe everything that I do, and I will do it with you. And I would be the one who tells her that there would be a top person in charge, but I would be the one who tells her when to go for tea and when to come back. In actual fact, I would say, let us go for tea. And to an extent that most of those people that I put under my arm and mentor from that time, they respect me even now. I mean, when they talk about it, it's like I've done something very special. And to me, it's not anything special. It's just that, one has to take, you don't have to be told that you are a leader. Ka Sesotho o kena fela o hlo o be moetapele and lead where it is necessary. And then, yes, management experience I do have at different levels, from lower level up to the level of the GM at my last job, where I was the general manager for, corporate services that also included HR. And then ability to communicate. Oh, yes. You cannot occupy those levels of management and also the leadership without being able to, sorry, I just want to drop this. Yeah. Yes. I am able to communicate. Otherwise, I would not have been in those position without being. And I also, like I made an example, I talked about communicating with people on the ground. And then, well, the attributes of efficient or what? Communication. One important attribute is to be able to listen and listen attentively. It's one of the attributes, because often people will say it's communication when they did not hear what the other side is saying. And also there's this thing when you are a leader, o kena batho hanong ha motho a re wa bua o mo kena hanong. So I have learned that you wait and listen, and you don't only araba without having understood what the other person is communicating. It has to be an intense and a platform also that you create, that people must not be afraid to communicate with you. And Linda, I communicate with them, not to them. And then the litigation experience, I don't know whether it is in relation to me being litigated. If that is so, I have never been litigated for anything.
Okay. As we round up, ma'am, may I please ask whether there's
Do
any...
you need me to clarify that further?
Okay, Ndati, thank you.
No, litigation in a sense of you initiating a litigation in defense of or in promotion or in protection of gender equality.
And the advocacy experience in 1 minute, please.
Okay, let me talk about advocacy in where I have worked. I've always been people who advocate on behalf of the people that, like under me. Perhaps as a manager, I would be in a better position to advocate. It would be perhaps salaries. An example here is I worked for a private company that also had a footprint in Lesotho, where I would have to balance as an HR, to balance between the acts of parliament, the legislations, the policies in South Africa and policies in Lesotho. I would have to balance the two. But when it came to a salary, they would be getting little, like 5,000 rand, and yet they are the ones who go to the mountain and fix the machines that are working in the mines. So even there, I invited myself some unpopularity, because then I was advocating on behalf of the employees. But as a nurse, you are taught to even advocate for your patient, which is what is worrying me now, that I see it's lacking. But litigation, no, I have never been in a position where I instituted a litigation against. It's only advocating, but not going to an extent of litigation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anything that you would like to ask us or to say to us as we close this interview this afternoon?
The question that I have is the difference between the part-time and the full-time commissioner.
Okay. Dr. Tembe, can you please come in at this stage, or Ms. Abrams? It's really got to do with the hours that they serve the commission as well as the remuneration. Dr. Tembe?
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. I think that is well captured because for part-time commissioners, they work stipulated hours in a month for their remuneration. Yet full-time is almost, although not non-executive directors in a board, so they work there full-time. So they've got no stipulated hours. They are there full-time. That is the best way to summarize it. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
So it's really got to do with the time that you work and also, of course, the money that you are paid for those hours. Ma'am, is there anything that you want to say to us in closing?
Sure. I would like to thank you for having shortlisted me. I'm really grateful for that. Although the questions, shoo, I think they were difficult and coming from a platform a parliament that I'm not used to. But I would like to thank you all for having given me this opportunity, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I need to just inform you that you are the second last interview. We've got one more interview to conduct this afternoon. That would complete our 14 interviews. Next week, Tuesday, we will convene as a portfolio committee to deliberate on the outcomes of our interviews. We will then come up with 7 suggested candidates, which will be in the form of a report that we will adopt and that we will then table to the National Assembly also for their support. Once that is adopted in the National Assembly, it is referred to the President of the Republic, who will ultimately decide on the 5 candidates that will be picked to serve on the Commission for Gender Equality. My job is to thank you very much for your time this morning and this afternoon, for sharing your insights, your experience and your passions. And please continue to do the good work that you're already doing in your community and for those around you. So thank you very much for your time. And this brings us to the end of our interview.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Bye. You may, okay. Now is our last interview. Basili, are we ready?
Yes, Chairperson, Ms. Msichana is on the platform.
Okay. Chichana. Alex, are you with us? Can we get an indication if you can hear us, if you are with us, if you can unmute?
Good morning. Yes, I am here.
Can you? Thank you very much. Please, for the record, may you state your full names and whether you've got any conflict of interest to declare.
Good morning, Chair. Was that question directed to me about
Yes.
declaration of conflict of interest?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Let me start off by saying good afternoon. You are with the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We are with our support team. We are with honourable members who will introduce themselves when they start engaging with you. Each honourable member will have 5 minutes to engage with you this afternoon. Once you start going over your time, you will see me putting on my camera. And that will be your signal to start rounding up. At the outset, can we please have your full names for the record, as well as whether you've got any conflict of interest to declare? And I'm Liesel van der Merwe, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Alex Msichana, and I don't have any conflict of interest to declare.
Thank you very much. Please, can you start by telling us what was contained in your application form? Tell us a little bit about yourself. We want to get to know you better, your values, your strengths, your skills, your background, and why you believe yourself to be a suitable candidate to be considered for the Commission for Gender Equality.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. As I've stated already, my name is Alex Sigalelwa Alexandrina Msichana, commonly known as Alex, and my pronouns are she, and I am a person with bilateral hearing loss and utilize lip speakers as well as captions for access. And I'd like to thank Parliament for ensuring access on this interview through captions. I will request that members please try their level best to speak slowly and pace themselves so that captions can capture you accurately. You'll also find that I will also be pacing myself as we continue our engagement. Thank you. I am a governance leader, disability rights advocate, and social entrepreneur with extensive experience in advancing inclusion, equitable economic participation, and social justice. I currently serve as the chairperson of the National Council of and for Persons with Disabilities, and on a number of national and international governance structures focused on human rights, inclusion, and development. That includes the Disability Rights Fund, where I chair the governance committee. I also serve as chairperson of the board of Sign Language Education and Development, and will soon complete my second term as a member of the Presidential Working Group on Disability. Professionally, I founded both the Deaf Empowerment Firm and the Deaf Empowerment Foundation, which together form an ecosystem dedicated to preparing deaf persons for participation in society and the economy. Through this work, I have developed and implemented programs that focus on skills development, workplace exposure, employment placements, entrepreneurship, leadership, and civic participation. Throughout my career, I have worked at the intersection of advocacy, governance, and implementation. My professional journey has largely focused on closing the gap between policy commitments and lived realities, particularly for people who are often left behind by mainstream development efforts. And as a deaf woman, I have a personal appreciation of how exclusion can operate. However, my contribution extends beyond lived experience. Through my work, I have helped lead initiatives addressing economic empowerment, gender-based violence, civic participation, and inclusive development. These experiences have given me a practical understanding of both the barriers that people face and the systems that must be strengthened to overcome those barriers. One of the most important lessons I have learned is that equality is not achieved simply by having good policies. Equality is achieved when the most marginalized people are able to access opportunities, services, protection, and justice. So in other words, rights only become meaningful when they can be accessed in practice. And this is the perspective that motivates my interest in serving on the Gender Commission for Equality. And to answer the second question in terms of why I would like to join the Commission for Gender Equality, Chair, my career, I have observed that many of South Africa's progressive policies do not always translate into equal opportunities and outcomes for all women. And I have learned that barriers are often not intentional, but they arise because programs, services, and systems are designed without fully considering the realities of women. In some instances, we find women not able to access information and unable to access information in formats that are not accessible to them. So that experience reinforced to me the importance of institutions such as the Gender Commission for Gender Equality. And as a Chapter 9 institution, it's an important institution that can help us to ensure that we make these rights practical and accessible to all women. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm now going to hand you over to Honorable Kanile.
Mr. Chani.
Yes, okay, we can hear you, Honorable Kanile. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I was trying to play the video. Good afternoon, Ms. Msichana. Are you able to follow me?
Yes, I can follow you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first question that I have for you today, I'd like you to tell us, in your own understanding, the CGE's mandate, powers, functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation.
Thank you, Honorable Kanyile. The Commission for Gender Equality is a Chapter 9 institution established to strengthen constitutional democracy through the promotion, protection, monitoring, and evaluation of gender equality in South Africa. Its mandate extends beyond responding to complaints or investigating violations that may occur. The Commission has a broader responsibility to influence policy, legislation, institutional practices, and public awareness in ways that advance sustainable equality and protect the rights and dignity of all people. I see the Commission both as a watchdog and a catalyst for change. As a watchdog, it must hold institutions accountable for their commitments to gender equality and ensure that rights are protected and upheld. As a catalyst, it must help to drive the societal, institutional, and systematic changes required to address the root cause of inequality. So importantly, the Commission, in my view, the Commission's work is not only about responding to individual evidence of discrimination or injustice, it is also about examining the broader systems, attitudes, practices, and power dynamics that continue to perpetuate gender inequality in our society. So for me, one of the Commission's most important responsibilities is ensuring that the promise of equality contained in our Constitution becomes a lived reality for women and girls across South Africa. In many ways, the Commission sits at the intersection between rights and accountability. It must also not only whether laws are and policies exist, but it must also check whether they are making a meaningful difference in the lives of people and that they are designed to serve. That is why institutions at the Commission remain so important to our democracy. Thank you, ma'am.
Honorable Kanile.
Okay, thank you. Can you please tell us or explain the role of the commissioner at the CGE?
My understanding would be that the role of a commissioner is a very critical one in helping the Commission to strengthen its mandate, to ensure that the Commission does what it's appointed to do by the Constitution, and ensuring that the Commission plays the critical role in addressing gender-based violence, not only as an oversight body, but also as a champion of accountability, prevention, and systematic change. South Africa has no shortage of policies, frameworks, and action plans that are aimed at addressing GBV and all other societal areas that promote inequality. So the challenge in many instances is not the absence of commitments, but ensuring that those commitments translate into meaningful support, protection, and justice for survivors. So the Commission therefore plays a vital role in asking the difficult questions. Are services accessible? Are survivors receiving the support that they need? And are institutions fulfilling their responsibilities? And as commissioners, the role and responsibilities to ensure that we provide oversight, to ensure that the institution carries out its mandate to ensure that equity and fairness is experienced across the board in the work that the Commission does. I also believe that commissioners should not meddle in operational matters. Commissioners provide oversight and guidance to the institution, and it's important to separate those roles so that there is no meddling into each levels of operation. So I believe that the roles of the commissioners to ensure that the commission does what it is mandated to do by the Constitution. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kanile, are you?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Ms. Msichana, the next question that I have for you is, in your own view, is the Commission for Gender Equality making an impact in private sector? And also, if you think there is a need, how can the CGE reposition itself to make an impact given its wide mandate?
What I have seen thus far is that the Commission has gone a long way in executing its mandate. I have watched also the videos that were produced and reports that were produced by the Commission. And I must also commend the Commission for ensuring that the video that we produced was also accessible, because I was able to follow the work of the Commission and the visits that are being done to various provincial structures to ensure that the mandate of the Commission is exercised. And I do feel that the Commission is in many ways working to fulfill its mandate. What I would just like to see is a strengthening of the Commission's mandate in terms of reaching a broader role players in society. I'm thinking here in terms of women with disabilities who may still lack access to the services that society provides and the service that the Commission is trying to push for. I'm seeing of an example of a deaf woman somewhere in rural Transkei who tries to go and report GBV to the police station and arrives there and there is no sign language access for her to be able to report the challenge that she is facing. And I'm seeing that that is where the Commission could possibly strengthen some of its offerings to make sure that we don't leave anyone behind. In my experience working with women with disabilities, we have found that a lot of services become inaccessible to women with disabilities, not only in terms of reporting challenges that women may face, but also in accessing information that could be helpful for them on a daily basis, not to strengthen their own understanding of what their own rights are and how they can then have recourse to ensuring that they enjoy their rights in the Constitution. So that is one of the gaps that I can see that the Commission maybe will be able to strengthen that gap, and we can ensure that we don't leave anyone behind. Women with disabilities are often very much left behind. Women in rural areas also are so very much left behind in most instances. So that is just the one intervention that I would like to see in strengthening the work of the Commission. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kanile,
Okay, thank you. Pardon? Yes, I have two more questions. The second last question is, what do you think are the weaknesses and threats affecting CGE, and how can these challenges be mitigated? And the last question is, in your own assessment, In what areas has the CGE successfully fulfilled its mandate, and what, in your opinion, are areas that require more focus?
Oh, sorry, Chair. Something came across my screen and blocked the captions. Could you please repeat the last part of the question?
What, in your opinion, are areas that require more focus?
What I have seen as the biggest successes of the Commission is its ability to be able to include grassroots structures. Because I have seen that the Commission has provincial offices as well, where they can engage with grassroots structures on the ground. And that for me is the biggest achievement that the Commission can make, because as we make policies, as we design programs, it's important that we ensure that we have voices from the grassroots with us that can inform how those programs eventually translate into meaningful programs that we roll out for persons on the ground. So that has been one of the things that I've seen that has been one of the biggest achievements of the Commission. But as I mentioned also, in reaching out to communities on the ground, there's still also been gaps where the Commission is not reaching all members of society, all women and girls on the ground. We have a program that we have rolled out at the National Council of and for Persons with Disabilities, where we have tried to go right into the grassroots of the structures on the ground to enable all voices to come through. And we in that program, we've been able to see the gaps that while services and information is there, women with disabilities particularly are not getting access to those services and information. And as I've mentioned, that is one of the areas where I would like to see strengthening of the Commission and to ensure that we don't leave anyone behind. But overall, the Commission has had quite a huge success in reaching out to people on the ground and ensuring that people are not left behind in their activities and in the programs that they are rolling out. So I am quite looking forward to playing a role in strengthening where the gaps are, in ensuring that we can reach all women in South Africa with the work that the Commission is doing.
Thank you. Honorable Kanile?
No, Chair, that was my last question. However, Chair, there's a question that I'd like to ask our candidates for fairness purposes, this whole process. Ms. Msichana, are you perhaps reading your responses?
Please repeat that. The captions are freezing, and I couldn't get the whole question.
I was asking if there is a possibility that you are reading your responses.
Oh, no. I'm just reading the captions as they are coming through.
Okay. Can we?
Okay, noted, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, can we then move to Honorable Mkunu?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you. It's a good day. Okay, good day to you, Ms. Msichana. My name is Kukudetu Mkunu, a member of this committee. I'm going to ask you just two questions. The first question is, what is your understanding of the NSP on GBVF? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
What is your understanding of the NSP on GBVF?
The next thing I hear, Michael Jackson negotiates with the district attorney's office as to the surrender.
The captions are freezing, ma'am.
What is your understanding of the
I got only
NSP
part of the
on
question was my
GBVF?
understanding of the NSP.
That's correct. That's correct.
And my sources were telling me he voluntarily flew there to surrender.
Okay, Honorable Kuno, please just mute yourself. I'm thinking maybe it's interrupting the... Yes, the question was just, what is your understanding of the NSP?
I'm losing the members here.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
I'm losing the members. My captions are not coming through correctly.
Okay, we just asked about the NSP, your understanding of the NSP. We were just asking the question about your understanding of the NSP.
Am I still in the meeting?
Yes, you are.
Okay, yes,
You
I
are.
see.
We were just asking
Okay,
about
thank you.
your
My captions
understanding.
are back on now.
Okay.
I see
Thank
what I caught was that what was my understanding of the NSP.
Correct,
So I'll
correct.
try and respond to that.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. My understanding is that the NSP on gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa's coordinated national framework for addressing one of the most significant human rights challenges facing our country. What is important to me is that the NSP recognizes that gender-based violence is not simply a criminal justice issue. It is also social, economic, developmental, and human rights issue that requires a whole of society's response. The NSP seeks to address the causes and consequences of gender-based violence through a coordinated approach that includes prevention, protection, access to justice, support services, economic empowerment, and accountability. So what resonates most strongly with me is the recognition that sustainable progress requires more than policies and programs. It requires effective implementation, collaboration across sectors, and ongoing accountability to ensure that commitments translate into meaningful improvements in the lives of women and girls. I see the institutions such as the Commission for Gender Equality as playing a critical role in monitoring implementation, identifying gaps, advocating for accountability, and ensuring that the voices and experiences of women remain central to the national response. So ultimately, I see the NSP as an important roadmap for moving South Africa from reacting to gender-based violence towards preventing and addressing the structural inequalities that allow it to persist. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hand you over to Honorable Tsotetsi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Now, Mama, may you can you just tell us how do you think the independence and how being independent and being impartial mean for an institution like the CGE? Must I repeat that?
Can you hear the question? Could you capture the question?
Yes, okay. Thank you, Chair. The importance of being independent and impartial are fundamental to the credibility and effectiveness of Chapter 9 institutions. That is my strong belief that persons who serve on any Chapter 9 institution need to be very independent and impartial. The Commission's authority comes not from political power, but from public trust and confidence in its ability to act fairly, objectively, and in accordance with the Constitution. For that reason, commissioners must be guided by evidence, the law, and the mandate of the institution rather than personal interests, political considerations, or external pressures. While commissioners may bring valuable professional and lived experiences to the role, those experiences should inform their understanding rather than determine their decisions. Throughout my governance career, I have learned that independence does not mean the absence of values, but rather it means being able to assess issues objectively and listen to different perspectives and make decisions that are guided by principle and evidence. So similarly, impartiality does not mean being neutral about injustice. It means applying the law fairly, considering without favor and regardless of who is involved. So for me, independence and impartiality are essential because they enable the Commission to hold institutions accountable, to speak truthfully about challenges and maintain the confidence of both rights holders and duty bearers. Ultimately, the Commission's legitimacy depends on its ability to act independently, fairly, and in the public interest of all at all times. So I believe impartiality and independence are very important attributes that commissioners should have. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sotetsi.
Thank you. Just the last part. Can you? I think you would have touched on applying that as a commissioner. Can you just tell us if you have any experience of challenging the authority, even if that could have put your own interest at risk?
That is an interesting one for me because in all the roles that I've played, where I've played a governance role, there's really been a lot of challenge with the authority that I've come across. Much of my career has involved advocating for the inclusion of persons with disabilities in spaces where accessibility and inclusion were not initially being considered. So one example that comes to mind involved engagements where decisions had been made about participation processes without adequate consideration of communication accessibility for deaf participants, for example. Rather than simply accepting the situation, I raised concerns and engaged with the relevant stakeholders to explain the barriers that were being created and the implications for meaningful participation. The discussions were not always comfortable because accessibility requirements are sometimes viewed as additional cost or logistical challenges. However, I felt it was more important to focus on the principle involved, namely that people cannot participate equally if they cannot access information or communication. So ultimately, the engagement resulted in improved accessibility arrangements for a greater number of participants. When that experience taught me that challenging authority does not have to be confrontational. It can be respectful, evidence-based, and solutions-orientated while maintaining family grounded in the principles and rights, and also in the work that I do. Most of the time, I come into meeting spaces, I come into conversations where access is not there for people that need it. The deaf community, for example, and it has always been my role to advocate and challenge injustice where I see. As another example of me serving in the Presidential Working Group on Disability, I've also had to raise quite painfully with the President some of the challenges that our persons with hearing loss are experiencing, and also challenging the fact that ICASA has been given the mandate to ensure that captions are provided for all our news broadcasts and all matters of importance that are broadcast on our television screens. But we still do not have captions up until to this date. And that has been something that I've been advocating for and challenging at all levels where I have the platform to speak. So I really do not have any challenges with challenging any authority. But as I've said, challenging the authority must be respectful and based on evidence and ensuring that the outcome is to ensure equity and access for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We are now going to go to the Honorable Chauke Adonis, and after Honorable Chauke Adonis, it will be Honorable Mailola. Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to our candidate, Alex. I am going to switch on my camera for proof of life. My camera is switched on for proof of life that I am not an AI. I will then switch off my camera.
I can see you, Honorable Adonis. Thank you.
Bluetooth hidden.
Can you proceed, Honorable Chauke Adonis?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will then go into my first. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I will go into my first set of
Yes.
questions.
The captions are coming through, though they are delaying, but they are coming through.
Thank you very much. As I start,
you can proceed.
How will you advance gender mainstreaming in government and the private sector? And according to you, what measures are necessary to foster gender equality? Let me pause there for now.
And then you have 2 minutes to respond.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Chair. The captions are delaying, so I'm playing catch up. But thank you for the question, Honorable Chauke Adonis. For me, gender mainstreaming is about ensuring that gender equality is not treated as a standalone program responsibility of a single department. It must be integrated into planning, budgeting, implementation, and monitoring of all government programs and services. One of the reasons gender inequality persists is that gender considerations are often addressed after policies and programs have already been designed rather than being built into systems from the outset. If we are serious about gender mainstreaming, every government department should be asking a number of key questions. How will this policy affect women and men differently? Who will benefit? Who may be excluded from it? What barriers might prevent women from accessing the intended benefits? How will success be measured? I believe the Commission has an important role in encouraging and monitoring this type of thinking across government and the public sector. A second area of accountability, gender mainstreaming cannot be measured simply by the existence of gender policies or focal points. It must be reflected in budgets, in performance indicators, in service delivery outcomes, and measurable improvements in the lives of women. The Commission can play an important role in assessing whether departments are translating commitments into practice and whether gender considerations are genuinely influencing decision making. I would also place particular emphasis on intersectionality. Gender mainstreaming must recognize that women are not a homogeneous group. The experiences of women with disabilities, rural women, young women, older women, and other marginalized groups must be considered within planning and implementation processes. Ultimately, I believe successful gender mainstreaming occurs when gender equality becomes everyone's responsibility rather than the responsibility of a few individuals or specialized units within government departments. The goal is to ensure that every policy program and service contributes towards advancing equality rather than unintentionally reinforcing existing inequalities that are already there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Chauke Adonis, your last question.
Thank you very much. My last set of questions. What is your understanding of gender discrimination? And how will you deal with complaints involving traditional authorities, homophobia, gender non-conforming persons, and or women with disabilities?
Gender discrimination in our country occurs when individuals are treated unfairly, when they are being disadvantaged or denied opportunities because of their gender. At its core, gender discrimination is about unequal treatment, unequal access to opportunities, and unequal outcomes that arise from gender-based stereotypes, biases, practices, or structural barriers. While gender discrimination can be overt, it is often more subtle and systematic. For example, it may be reflected in unequal access to employment opportunities, disparities in pay, underrepresentation in leadership positions, unequal access to resources, gender-based violence, or social norms that limit the choices and opportunities available to women and girls. One of the most important lessons I've learned throughout my work in this is that discrimination is not always intentional. Sometimes it is embedded within systems, within policies, within institutional cultures, and societal attitudes that may appear neutral but produce unequal outcomes in practice. So as a result, gender discrimination is not only about individual acts of unfairness, It is about examining the structural barriers that prevent women and girls from participating equally in society. For me, the ultimate test is whether gender affects a person's ability to access rights, opportunities, resources, safety, or justice participation. Addressing gender discrimination, therefore, requires more than changing individual attitudes or our habits or our perceptions. It requires transforming systems, institutions, and practices so that equality becomes the lived reality rather than simply a legal principle. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Going to hand you over to Honorable Mayilola.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings, ma'am. What I want to know is that would you consider yourself a fit, a proper person to serve as a CGE commissioner? Elaborate why that is.
Oh, elaborating on that, why I believe I am fit to serve on the commission. I believe to serve because I bring a combination of governance experience, strategic leadership, lived experience, and practical implementation experience that aligns well with the mandate of the Commission. Throughout my career, Chair, I have worked in roles that require me to navigate complex social issues, engage with diverse stakeholders, uphold principles of accountability, and contribute to the advancement of human rights and inclusion, and particularly disability inclusion. I have served in governance roles at national and international levels, including as chairperson of the National Council of It for Persons with Disabilities, as a board member of the Disability Rights Fund, where I also chaired the governance committee, and also as a chairperson of Sign Language Education and Development. These experiences have, in a very vast way, strengthened my understanding of oversight, accountability, institutional leadership, and fiduciary responsibility. Professionally, I've also spent years working directly with communities and stakeholders to address barriers to economic participation, inclusion, and access to opportunities. This has given me a practical understanding of the challenges that people face and the gap that can sometimes exist between policy intentions and lived experiences. What I believe distinguishes my contribution is my ability to connect governance, evidence, and lived experience. I understand how institutions function, but I also understand how their decisions are experienced by people they are intended to serve. So I would therefore bring an independent mind, a strong commitment to constitutional values, an appreciation for diversity and inclusion, and a practical focus on ensuring that the Commission's work has meaningful impact on the ground. Thank you, Chair.
I'm going to hand you over to Honorable Peterson.
Captions are overlapping.
Thank you so much, Chair. Greetings, everyone. I'm only going to ask one question, and my question would be, what is the role of, I'm Jasmine Peterson, and I'm a member of this committee. My question is, what is the role of the CGE in respect of compliance with international treaties and obligations? Thank you.
The captions were overlapping there. But let me see. Okay. I think the question is about the role of GCE in complying with international treaties. Am I correct, Chair?
Yes, yes. Correct.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for that question. Chair, South Africa is party to a number of important international and regional human rights instruments that advance gender equality, including the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Beijing Platform of Action, and what is that? And the Sustainable Development Goals and the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development. While government departments are responsible for implementing many of these commitments, the Commission for Gender Equality plays a critical oversight and accountability role. The Commission helps assess whether South Africa's laws, policies, and programs are aligned with these obligations and whether they are being effectively implemented. It can also contribute to research, monitoring, advocacy, public education, and engagements with Parliament and other stakeholders to identify gaps between commitments and implementation. For me, that's where the most challenge that lies, that we have wonderful treaties and legal frameworks that are in place, but the implementation gap still persists. Importantly, the Commission serves as an independent voice that can highlight areas where progress is being made while also drawing attention to the areas where further action is required. So for me, the value of international instruments lies not simply, excuse me, in the commitments they contain, but in their ability to provide a framework against which progress can be measured. The Commission therefore has an important role in ensuring that South Africa's international commitments translate into meaningful improvements in the lives of women and girls, and compliance should not be measured only by reports submitted to international bodies, but by whether women are experiencing greater equality, safety, dignity, and participation in society as a result of us being signatories to those international treaties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, I had a challenge
The
with my...
captions are so stuck on me saying thank you. Oh.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can I hand you over to Honorable Polwane?
Thank you, Chair. Alex, my question is, I'm Renele Polwane, a member of this committee. My question is, how do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament? Thank you, Chair. Chair, I was audible.
Yeah, yes, ma'am, you were audible. You were audible.
Yes, you are audible, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, Chair. Let me try and respond to that. Thank you so much for the question. I believe the Commission can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation function in several ways. Firstly, by placing greater emphasis on outcomes and impact rather than outputs alone. For example, it's important to know how many investigations were conducted, how many awareness campaigns were held, or how many reports were produced. However, it is equally important to understand whether those activities resulted in meaningful improvements in the lives of women and girls. And are women safer? It's one of the questions we ask ourselves as we evaluate. Are they experiencing improved access to justice? Are barriers to participation being reduced? Those are the questions that ultimately matter. Secondly, I believe the Commission can strengthen the use of evidence by combining quantitative data with qualitative information and lived experiences. Statistics are important, but they are not the sole measure that can be used. But they do not always tell us the full story. Community engagement, civil society partnership, and direct engagement with affected groups can provide valuable insights into how policies and programs are being experienced on the ground. Thirdly, I can just offer another monitoring evaluation strengthening capacity would be, I believe that the Commission can strengthen follow through and accountability. Monitoring should not end when a recommendation is made. There should be mechanisms to track whether recommendations have been implemented, what progress has been achieved, and where challenges still remain. Finally, I believe the Commission should continue to strengthen its ability to identify those who may be left behind by mainstream interventions. I've already alluded to this, how women with disabilities are normally very much left behind. So strong monitoring and evaluation should not only tell us how progress has been made, it should also tell us who is benefiting from that progress and who is not. Effective monitoring and evaluation is about ensuring that the Commission can demonstrate not only what is done, but what difference has been made by the interventions that it has implemented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to hand you over to the last honourable member. Honourable Tsotetse will come back for the final round.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mama, do you believe that you have leadership skills? And if so, can you provide us with examples of when you successfully exercised leadership? The second one, do you have management experience? If so, can you provide us with details of this experience, highlighting specific management skills that you possess? The third one,
Please repeat that last part of the question, Honourable Member.
provide us with details of this experience, highlighting the specific management skills that you possess.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Chair, I believe I have developed strong leadership skills through a combination of governance, management, and institution building experience accumulated over the years. My leadership journey has taken place across different contexts, including civil society, governance structures, disability rights organizations, and social enterprise. For example, I currently serve as the National Chairperson of the National Council of and for Persons with Disabilities, where my role involves providing strategic leadership to the board, facilitating consensus among diverse stakeholders, and ensuring good governance and helping guide the organization through both opportunities and challenges. I also serve on the board of the Disability Rights Fund as a chairperson of Sign Language Education and Development. These roles have further strengthened my understanding of governance, accountability, and fiduciary oversight and strategic decision-making processes. Beyond governance, I have also led organizations operationally. As a founder of the Deaf Empowerment Firm and Deaf Empowerment Foundation, I have had the responsibility of developing strategic plans, building partnerships, managing programs, fundraising, leading teams, and ensuring that organizational objectives are translated into practical outcomes. One example of leadership that stands out for me is guiding organizations through periods of uncertainty and limited resources while maintaining focus on the mission and impact. During such periods, leadership requires difficult decisions, honest communication, and resilience, and the ability to bring people together around a shared purpose. Throughout these experiences, I have learned that leadership is not about position or authority. It's about creating the conditions for people to contribute their strengths, build trust, navigating complexity, and ensuring that institutions remain focused on people they exist to serve. I would therefore describe my leadership style as collaborative, strategic, and values driven. The evidence of my leadership is not only in the positions I have held, but in the institutions I have helped to build, to strengthen and sustain over time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Sotetsi.
Mama, do you regard the ability to communicate as key in the position of a commissioner? And do you think that you possess that attributes of being able to communicate efficiently? Have you ever...
Communication, thank you, Chair. Communication and the ability to communicate is one of the most important attributes that a commissioner can have. What I believe is that the commission can only fulfill its mandate effectively if people understand their rights and know how to access commission services and have confidence that their concerns are being heard. For that reason, communication is not simply a technical skill, it is also a strategic leadership function. As a commissioner, one must be able to communicate effectively with a wide range of stakeholders, including parliament, government departments, civil society, grassroots communities, the media, and the public at large. So communication is also closely linked to accountability. Institutions cannot be transparent and accountable if they are unable to communicate clearly about their work, their findings as they do the work, and their recommendations. My own experience has reinforced the importance of accessible communication. This platform that we're having here today also reinforces that importance. As a deaf woman, I have seen how people can be excluded when information is not available in formats they can access. I have also seen how effective communication can empower people to understand their rights, to have access to services, and to participate meaningfully in society. We have just run a voter readiness lab with young deaf people in various schools for the deaf across Gauteng. And the most important thing that was coming through to those voter readiness labs was how accessible information must be, so that our young people can be able to exercise their right to participate in the upcoming local government elections, fully informed of what the process entails. So for me, communication is not only about transmitting information, it is about ensuring understanding, building trust, and creating opportunities for participation. I therefore believe that effective communication is central to the Commission's ability to educate, to advocate, to influence, and fulfill its constitutional mandate. And commissioners, as the custodians of the values of the Commission, should be able to carry that message clearly and consistently throughout the constitutions that the Commission serve. Thank you, Chair.
As you round up, Sotetsi.
Yeah, I'm trying to be very slow. Do you have any experience with regard to legislative or policy review? And if you can also tell us if you have an experience on advocacy, and also provide with the details for the two questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. As chairperson of the NCPD, we have had a lot of experience in terms of legislation and advocacy as well. We are currently involved with legislation that speaks to ensuring accessibility of information and captions for broadcasts and news broadcasts that are coming up on our TV, ensuring that information is accessible to all persons with hearing impairments. What we have been advocating for and fighting for is that ICASA needs to implement its mandate. The white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities and the implementation matrix have stated clearly that by 2019, all our news broadcasts and news of importance that are being broadcast on our television screens must carry captions. But to this date, ICASA still has to implement that mandate. So we've been advocating, trying to get that policy implemented. We've been engaged with ICASA. We've even been to the courts to try and enforce ICASA to comply with this mandate. So I've been very much involved in those processes. And also as a person who has been working and advocating for the rights of the deaf community, we have also advocated and very successfully advocated for South African Sign Language to become the 12th official language through all the structures in the deaf community, through DEFSA and all other structures of the deaf community within our community. We've advocated, we've lobbied, and we've ensured that finally South African Sign Language has become an official recognized language in South Africa, and the rights of the deaf community can then be ensured through the recognition of their own language. So I've had that experience where I have worked alongside community members, alongside community structures, alongside government departments, alongside regulatory bodies to make sure that what is entailed in our policies and in our legal framework translates into real opportunities for people on the ground. So that has been my experience. Thank you so much.
Honorable Tsotetsi, have you concluded?
Yeah, I'm done, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to ask whether there is anything that you would like to say to us in closing.
Thank you so much, Chair. I would just like to take the opportunity to thank the portfolio on women, youth, and persons with disabilities for giving me the opportunity to come through and speak to you today and have this interview with you. I'm very much thankful to the opportunity. What I would just like to check also with the committee is on the question of institutional credibility and public confidence. The Commission has recently undergone a period of scrutiny, including the Constitutional Court judgment relating to the appointment process. As Parliament looks to the future, what role does the committee envisage that the incoming commissioners must play in strengthening public confidence, institutional credibility, and trust within the Commission? And also now to ensuring what would you expect us as incoming commissioners should one become successful? What should we do to help you to make sure that the Commission retains its credibility and trust with the public eye? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. So I think first and foremost, the Portfolio Committee is committed to the task that we have been given. And that task, in essence, is to find the most suitable, most passionate, most qualified candidates to serve on the Commission for Gender Equality, people who have got a passion for advancing gender equality. And so we think once we strengthen the commission through the appointment of new commissioners, they will be able to restore trust in the commission by being visible, by being accessible, and by raising the profile of the commission. We feel as a committee that a lot more can be done through this vehicle, which is the Commission for Gender Equality. And I think once we bring in new talent, new passionate individuals, the CGE will become more visible. And once it becomes more visible and more accessible to South Africans, we can start to restore the trust in the Commission. So really that is the work that this portfolio committee wants, to walk a journey with the Commission, to see that once we are through this appointment process, that we spend more time with the CGE so that we work on some of the challenges that we have identified, things around visibility, accessibility, and other issues. So that is really what the work will be for the committee and the Commission going forward, in a nutshell. But of course, if you are successful in your appointment, you will also be able to share with us some of your ideas and how we bridge those gaps. I also need to just inform you in closing about the process going forward. The Portfolio Committee has now concluded its 14 interviews over 3 days. We will now convene a Portfolio Committee meeting next Tuesday, where we will deliberate on the outcome of the interviews. Once we have done that, we will compile a report for the National Assembly, in which we will recommend 7 candidates to the National.
Sorry, just go back a little bit.
Where did you lose me?
Pause there for a bit. You were saying you concluded the interviews and then?
Okay. Then next week, Tuesday, we will convene a portfolio committee meeting where we will discuss the outcomes of the interviews. Thereafter, we will recommend 7 names to the National Assembly. Once we table the 7 names to the National Assembly, we are hopeful that they will support and adopt our report. From there, it will be sent to the President of the Republic, and it is the President of the Republic that will ultimately decide on the next 5 commissioners to serve on the Commission for Gender Equality. So we just wanted to also, in thanking you for being with us this afternoon, thanking you for sharing your insights and your ideas with us, we wanted to also just outline what the process is going forward. But my job now is just to thank you once more. Thank you also for the work that you are doing in protecting and upholding the rights of persons with disabilities. And we thank you once more for having been here with us this afternoon. This then brings to an end our interview with you this afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. The
Thank you
captions
so
get
much, ma'am.
delayed.
Thank you. Thank you so
Finishing
much.
long after you have finished. Thank
No,
you so
it's
much.
perfect.
Thank you
Thank
for
you
the
so
opportunity.
much. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you. Colleagues, this was interview 14. It brings us then to the end of our process to find suitable candidates to serve on the Commission for Gender Equality. I want to thank each one of you, honourable members, for your hard work and your care throughout this process. I think we really did go the extra mile in complying with the Constitutional Court injunctions. They had asked us to remedy the public commentary aspect. They had asked us to remedy how candidates could possibly apply. We considered our public commentary, we adopted our shortlisting criteria, and we did our very best to run this process to the very best of our abilities, guided by what the Constitutional Court had wanted from us. So my really sincere thanks goes to each one of you, honourable members, also to our support team. to Dr. Tembe, as well as Parliamentary Legal Services that guided us. I also want to say thank you to Ms. Landu and the IT team that supported us. Thank you very much to each one of you. As you know now, honourable members, we will meet next week Tuesday at S12A to finalise the process, and really the ball is now in our court, honourable members, to identify the most suitable candidates. So I want to then also thank all candidates that availed themselves. We were really privileged over the last 3 days to have been able to interact with wonderfully talented South Africans with a variety of skills and backgrounds, and who really possess the ability to take the Commission for Gender Equality forward. And we really want to thank each one of them. Colleagues, thank you very much. This brings us to the end of our interview process. God willing, we will all see each other next week, Tuesday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Siyamonema the portion.